Hello, bonjour, and welcome back to CCL. And this is where you can see your talent, your Canadian talent, even come to the spotlight here in CCL.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this game. What? It's been 3, 4 weeks leading up to this point through group stages and through the playoffs, which took place primarily during the last week. And those were so much fun to watch. But yeah, in any case, I'm Yali. I'm joined by, in this direction, Binks. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I'm really happy to be here, and we haven't even talked about our two teams yet. We're gonna have NOOTERS taking on Arial Arise in this Split One Grand Finals. I think that carries a lot of weight on its own.
Yeah, no kidding. I have been following this through and through. I've casted 5 to 7 ish games. I haven't entirely kept count, but watching especially these two teams play has always been an absolute pleasure. And not to mention, they both actually came out of Group B, so they have played before.
We do actually have the score line that we actually saw in that matchup. It was Neuters that came out on top between that best of three, and it came only in two maps. The first map was on Cafe, and it was a 7-1 victory for the Neuters. But then the second map, you'd expect it to be another blowout, but no, it went all the way to overtime, and that was on Oregon, where Neuters were narrowly able to get their victory, and that was in an 8-6, a really close one.
Yeah, no kidding. That was such a fun game to watch. And speaking of fun games to watch, why don't we have a look at the bracket real fast? And let's just reminisce for a moment. Ariel Arise taking the victory early on over SYR and another 2-0 over Shift North to get here. Neuters doing just as well up to this point in the season. They had only lost two, or they have only lost two maps even now, where at this point, one map that they lost was to Achieve, and the other map was during qualifiers to Mystic Academy. And now they have to prove that they can bring it again versus Ariel Arise.
Yeah, it's going to be a really daunting task for them, to say the least. We are still, I don't think we're going to go to map bans just yet, because before we look at the map bans, we have to understand the actual roster. I don't know if we have a great up-to-date roster currently, because we don't know everyone in the lobby, but we have a general idea. So on the side of Neuters, you have Trist, Storms, Snake, Gunner, and Quartz. No Pengu, because he's a little bit preoccupied working right now. I honestly, I can't believe he's prioritizing whatever he's doing, but I can't see the reasoning behind it. In case you don't know what I'm referring to, he is currently commentating NA Pro League, or I don't know if it's called Pro League. In my mind, it's always going to be Pro League. But that's enough about Neuters. We can look over to the Ariel Arise roster, which Ashen, Ambi, Louise, Milano, and CZ. Hopefully, I said all of those right, but I don't know if that's even going to be accurate once we get into game.
Yes, you did actually say them all right, and some specific members I'd like to point out too. Ashton and Ambi, two members of, I believe, ATK at this point, a North American Challenger League team, and boy, do they play well together. Ashton, one of the top players, just overall, he has been absolutely incredible since he showed up on the scene, and Ambi right there with him, and put them together, and they really will. You'll see them perform. I can guarantee that.
I'm really looking forward to that. And whenever we look at two duos performing, or the synergy between players, there's a lot of different ways that we can actually see that come to fruition, whether it be through them having a lot of good angles that they're set up, if they constantly have a cross angle, or you could even see these relationships between players where a support and a fragger could have the best chemistry of all, because that support player knows exactly how to be droning in their fragger or even flex player, how to get them in the right position, set them up to get all those kills. You always have to look behind the curtain, which is why I need to mention that we are powered by Northern Arena, who's helping show you guys this amazing production. So a big thanks to them. Nova is going to be your spectator for today, as well as Tango Mango down in production. So absolutely phenomenal to be working with both of them. And we also have Gooby in our lobby once again, which is always phenomenal. So a big shout out to Gooby, who's been running this league. He's the owner, and he's always personally in the voice call to make sure everything runs smoothly. So a big shout out to them. But enough shout outs. You can take it back away, Ali.
Yeah. Once again, love Gooby. He's done a great thing. And honestly, this whole league has been great to watch. And a big part of it is because there is a lot on the line. This obviously only being split one, $1,500 on the line for this very game. Now, granted, that is 50% to the winner and it trickles down, but that is still a lot of money, as well as a guarantee going to the grand playoffs. later in the year.
Yeah, so we don't have exact dates, but you can expect to see a great Twitter post about all the important dates that you need to book out in your calendar and about all the amazing things that are coming up from CCL. But with that being said, we've gone through our rosters. I do think that it's time that we get to look at the map bans. And in our production room, we are very secretive. And this time only one map got leaked. So we actually don't know where the map is going to come in. But we're going to go through this one by one, give a little bit of theory on each of them. So we have our first pick of Clubhouse, which honestly that's not surprising for new neuters. They've really demonstrated a lot of proficiency on that map, and it's become a really big mainstay within CCL just because of the ability for the attackers as well as the defenders to really come out swinging. And for new neuters, I think that their extension, their ability to extend outside of the sites, is what really gives them a lot of power to work around and maneuver around their opponents.
Yeah, Nooters as well, obviously having the tactical advantage of having Pengu on your team. Um, and usually we call that one a buff. So I'm sure they'll understand this map very well because it's been around forever. And moving on, we also actually have Oregon being picked by Arial Arise. Now, this is a map that they actually lost to Nooters previously, 8-6, but a lot closer than it was on Cafe. So I can definitely understand why they chose this map, and if they feel like they have some good preparation under their belts, they might be able to get away with throwing Nooters off a little bit, maybe picking up a couple little strategies that Nooters might not be aware of.
Bank to be the next to go. I think we did see Neuters play on that map at least once, but it does provide a little bit more complexity where you want to make sure that your teams are really well versed and there's an overall understanding. Whereas Oregon and Clubhouse, they're comfort picks to some degree. So you oftentimes will see teams try to ban out Bank just for the sole reason that they don't actually have like those solidified strats. The meta is still constantly evolving, at least in my personal opinion on Bank, that it's hard to predict how your opponent's going to play.
Yeah, no kidding. And Theme Park as well. Once again, newer map on that side, and also a very heavily defender sided map. It is not unusual to see defender sides going 5-1 and then flipping right around. So not entirely surprised to see that one off the board. And now we do have a pick by Nooters, and this one is not a surprise. Unfortunately, someone spoiled this one for us, but still a very potent map. Traditionally defender sided. Attacker pick has jostled things around a little bit, but well, we'll have to see how these two teams respond to that considering the new meta.
I'm not going to lie to you, Yali. I thought it was a different. I thought I didn't think Villa was spoiled for us, but that I guess I guess I heard wrong. That's amazing. But it's going to be Villa and Chalet as our third and fourth maps respectively. Interestingly, about both these maps is that vertical play plays a pivotal component, and I do expect these teams to engage in that at least a little bit of vertical map destruction rather than just going for those horizontal attacks. Because if you focus on Villa, it makes it a lot easier to get into key positions like statue or not, yeah, get into statue by getting through that bedroom wall, or even getting into aviator from going down below. You can clear out games room. There's so many different destructive capabilities on Villa and Chalet alone that I think that those are the most vertical maps that come to mind.
And seeing Skyscraper off the board, that is another very vertical map, but one that well, I was kind of hoping for, but it's not going to be around this time, as Neuters have chosen to ban it out. And with Cafe being the final ban by Ariel Arise, our decider is
Ooh.
going to be Border. Moving on to the Middle East on this very heavily attacker-sided map that hopefully will really start to demonstrate the difference between these teams should we make it that far.
Yeah, we have a long way to go, and so that means that we're gonna have to get pretty comfortable and really quickly. But these teams are gonna be thrown right into it. It's like jumping into a freezing cold lake, which I did the other day, and I gotta say that shock really wakes you up. But these teams don't have time to sleep through these first few maps. Every single game, every single point matters. So we're looking to see these teams come in through the gate. They have to be swinging. So that means that with Ariel Arise coming towards Clubhouse on the attacking side, the bans are what's going to play a pivotal role in how they are actually able to adapt and have to change their style for attacking. So, you have any predictions?
Yeah, I think that we're going to see Maverick and Hibana off the board. I actually think Thatcher is going to be left up. That seems to be a little bit more common these days, just considering the fact that a lot of teams first aren't prepared to use Thatcher. And second, Thatcher's just not quite as potent as Maverick in some situations. And I'm completely wrong. I'm gonna stop talking now.
Well, you know what? You do have a very valid point, but when it comes to club, I don't know if we will see the Maverick ban. We should, in every degree,
Oh,
see the Maverick ban, but I don't blame the Neuters for getting rid of Finka. She's been an absolute mainstay. She's been quite annoying to say the least
yeah.
within the meta. Those nades, those boosts, you can revive someone from across the map, and I'm not gonna lie, we were getting annoyed about Zofia picking themselves back up. It is exactly what we saw from the side of Parabellum today in their matchup, where they're reviving across the map, where you see the same situation as Zofia, where you're able to pick themselves up. The community does not enjoy that. But if you look at those Alibi and Mirror bans, it's quite weird. Is the Alibi? I don't really have an explanation for that one.
I will say I have seen Alibi run quite a bit, just given the fact that she has a very flexible secondary shotgun, the Bailiff being obviously able to open things up pretty quickly and still allowing you a slight movement bonus. The MX4 Storm just being a very potent gun. I mean, let's just be realistic about it. It shoots fast, and if you're good with it, I mean, it's got a 1.5. You're not going to be missing with it if you understand the weapon that you're using. On top of that, she brings a shield. So I have seen her a lot. Now, I am curious if maybe there was some VOD review that went on behind the scenes. Curious if Ariel Arise very specifically has been using her a lot.
Yeah, I don't have the statistics to go off of that, but you make a very valid point with the capabilities of Alibi. But if we look at the possible changes that Ariel Arise are making, it does look like they are the ones on defense, so I might have gotten that a little bit wrong on who would be starting on the attacking side. We have Oryx, who also has that Bailiff shotgun that you previously mentioned. Now, that Ramadash makes it very easy to open things up as well as rotate to crazy sides of the map. Did I mention that Oryx also has another ability to jump through the hatches? He's the only defender that has that ability. The only other operator that can actually jump and go through a hatch vertically is the Amaru, but that's on a cooldown. Oryx does not have to wait that long.
Not only is it on a cooldown, it is also on the other side of the attacking defending side. So yeah, they unfortunately cannot bring in Amaru for their defense, but they can bring a Valkyrie and a beautiful shot by Ashen to start things off. Goodness gracious. Run out by Valkyrie, gonna get taken out, but not after finding a pick of their own. And that is gonna be an even trade where, wow, okay, Neuters have lost their sledge very early on, and that is, oh, maybe slightly less even with Valkyrie. That's only a Nitro off the board, but Sledge, that is going to really cause a ruckus when they're trying to make their way from the second floor onto the bottom floor.
Yeah, the reason why Sledge carries that much potential, especially on the basement side, is who else carries the capabilities that he does within this roster? You have Sophia, which has the capabilities to take breaching charges, as does, I believe, Hibana. I don't know if she has the Claymore, but it makes it a lot harder for you to go. If you're trying to pressure and make sure that you can take control of Kitchen, then you want to make sure you have those holes. And as I say that, a hole will be opened up as CZ is going to be able to take out their respective player. Trist will also fall. Oh my goodness, I gotta be completely honest. The attack from New Neuters is falling apart just as they get into the building.
Yeah, Ariel Arise, very confident with their aggression, and Newt Neuters doesn't seem to be entirely prepared for it. I think that this aggression is very important considering the current meta. It allows the defenders a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more breathing room to move themselves around the map, and without it, it can be rather difficult. But that being said, speaking of moving around the map, Oryx is still on the board. He's still on the second floor, and Snake is trying to hunt him down. These two members of the team Newt Neuters, are very far away from each other. They're not going to be very effective at helping each other out, doing the things that they need to do. And right now, that seems to be hunting down this Oryx. If Oryx is left alive, it's more than likely that they will not be able to make an execute onto the site, at least not without getting shot in the back of the head.
I want to address possibly the poor droning that we saw on New Neuters, where it wasn't as much of a structured clear. You shouldn't normally see that you have a roamer. Of course, there was a lot of early round picks. The sledge got taken off, but we already mentioned that. You can actually attest to the fact that Ashen was able to run out. Ambi is still alive and running around as the Oryx, and the remaining two players of Silent and Snake, they're just sitting inside of Kitchen. They've barely been able to get control. There's yellow pings coming out, which means the Habana's been located, shooting out. They'll get the blood spread, but that's actually not from hitting the Habana. That's going to be on the side of hitting all the meat that's inside a kitchen. And just like that, Louise will be able to confirm their kill. Snake to make sure that they can add 2 to their name. That's an absolutely huge impact, but it's not going to matter as Louise is able to swing around from behind the box inside of Armory. They'll capitalize, and Arial Arise has the first round.
Beautifully played by Ariel Rise, like I mentioned, that unbridled aggression that they showed very early on. I don't know about the second peak by Ashen, but the first one was certainly effective and really threw off that entire round. Not to mention Sophia opting to bring 2 claymores rather than the flat place charge really limited their options moving into that round. Being able to convert your attack from the floor above the site onto the actual site itself is very important anytime you're trying to make any sort of a bottom down clear. And unfortunately, if you do not have the crossfires from the main floor, that is really going to be a struggle. There are going to be a lot of little nooks and crannies that the defenders can hide in as you try to make your way down the main stairs or through either of the other avenues that you can enter through blue or dirt. And unfortunately, they managed to stick themselves right in those cubbies, and that led to the round going in favor of Ariel Arise.
Switching things up, we go from the basement all the way to the second floor. This is CCTV and Cash. Now, this is a lot different of a site to defend, especially when you consider the fact that Trist is going to be on that Maverick as soon as the action phase starts. Now, from the attacking perspective, there are a few changes. You're not going to be going for a full map clear. We can see that they go for maybe a middle floor clear to be able to get a vertical shot in, but that's not too necessary because the Maverick Blowtorch is going to have the capability to burn right through those hard reinforcements and use either Zofia, or you can even shoot it out with a nade to get right on in. But judging by the fact that we also have Silent on the Thermite, you could easily see a split push from NOOTERS where they're going to be attempting to rotate all of their forces around to get CC wall and pressure as well from construction. Just an overall idea to pinch the site out, make sure that none of the defenders of Arial Rise have anywhere safe to stay.
Yeah, a very large split push, and while it does take time, it can also be very effective in the long term, especially when you've brought this many hard breachers. Not only do we have Thermite and Maverick on the board, we also have the hard breach charge brought in the pocket of, oh goodness, that is going to be a beautiful nitro, but it's also going to be a trade shot coming in to Valkyrie. But the hard breach charge in the pocket of Capitao, that could also prove to be important down the road, especially now that Thermite is off the board. If they want to make that split push, they're going to have to find another 3 through that wall, and Maverick is going to take a long time to make his way through there. Another trade coming out very quickly and leaving us in a 3v3. Make that a 2v3 as Milano finds a beautiful shot and continues to apply pressure onto the garage door. Suddenly, he is in a bad situation as he has players below him. He has players all over, but Trist is going to get flanked, and now there's only one player left. It's Capitao, and while he does have the LMG, it is going to be difficult for him to make an entry through there. Nigh impossible. And that is proven by none other than the Cade player staying on rafters.
Phenomenal show of force from Ariel Arise. We saw that they were really able to shut down the push of NOOTERS, where it was a really early time. They did a great job getting that Thermite breach open, and although it was a trade, getting the Thermite off the board, oftentimes your support player, that throws a big wrench in any sort of plans to come out. And it was the overall use of utility that we saw on the side of Ariel Arise that was able to help them secure such a dominant win. That utility supported by aggression, where we saw the Nitro supported by a player pushing. It didn't work out in every case, but they were able to win that trade game, where more times than not, for example, Raptors, we saw the Cade be able to easily maintain their position. They weren't going over aggressive. Even the utility from the side of NOOTERS with the Capitao Xfinity Bolt was shot up. It didn't matter because they were able to rotate, play their position, play their aggression, and anytime someone pushed in, you had like Louise on the Malusi swing downstairs. Overall, trapping NOOTERS in, honestly, a very dominant fashion.
Now, we have talked a little bit about what Ariel Rise has been doing very well, and I have to agree with every point that you've made. Now, what I'd like to bring up is what does NOOTERS need to do to respond to this, right? I mean, obviously, NOOTERS is also a very talented team, but they just seem a little bit unprepared for this aggression. Rather, Ariel Arise is doing a very good job of controlling the pacing of the round and not allowing NOOTERS to say, well, let's do our best to control our opponents, right? At this point in time, what I'd like to see from NOOTERS is setting traps, responding to this aggression in a way that allows Arial Rise to keep pushing and preys on the fact that potentially their discipline could go. If that doesn't work, though, however, well, that is just going to be even more difficult of a situation because that means NOOTERS is going to have to start being the ones in control of the pacing of the round. But right now, it's still in the side of Arial Arise, finding an opening pick onto Storms.
This has been a really great take from New Neuters into Strip. They've done a good job being able to manipulate the first floors. There's not too much of a defender presence, but overall it was Ariel Arise that won out the gunfight through the drone, or not the drone hole, through the destructible hatch. So quite curious that Louise was able to snag that kill. Still point 4-0, only player in the game that is yet to die. Hopefully I haven't given them Caster's Curse, but Ambi, oh my goodness, the information that we are seeing on Ariel Arise constantly work to just pay dividends in their ability to get early round frags.
They have just been finding these nitros over and over again, honestly. Truly speaking to the preparation that goes into some of these tosses, and Ambi making another aggressive peek and gonna find it. Ambi is unstoppable during this match right now, as well as Louise, like you mentioned. 4-0 is definitely nothing to shake a stick at, and well, it wouldn't be a flawless, or it wouldn't be the first would it be the first flawless round? Well, if it is, that's what we could be looking at this point. Oh, what a
Oh,
beautiful shot by Snake is going to deny that in classic fashion, leaving Ambi on the main stairs to try and hold this position. And he,
there's a triple kill from Ambi. It's going to be immediately traded out from a quick nade from Triss. So good pinch on the side of Neuters, but it's not going to be enough as Milano swings out from Logi, swinging from breach to breach. Never mind, that was bedroom door. I didn't even tell where they were going. But regardless, once again, Ariel Arise take the round, all from using their info, as well as it seems like good team coordination.
Ariel Arise is looking incredibly dominant right now. 3-0 on defense on a map that is arguably probably even at this point. Um, Honestly, I'm just very impressed by the absolute control that they've had over the round. Right, we've mentioned the pacing, but as well just map control. They are not letting Neuters get any foothold anywhere on the map. They're trying to get in, and then I will say there are a few moments that I'm seeing from Neuters where they're over peaking, right? And it's not the same kind of aggressive peak that may or may not catch your opponents off guard that is used to control the pacing of the round, but it's just a peak that is more dangerous than it needs to be. I think that is something that we're definitely seeing from Neuters, and Ariel Arise as well is continuously exposing that and taking advantage of these really just very mild issues in Neuters playstyle.
Basement is going to be the next site we're going to be experiencing, all off the back that Ariel Arise has completed a perfect cycle. What I mean by that is that they've won 3 sites, and it takes 2 rounds after you've won a defensive site for it to be cooled down and you're good to go back, which means Ariel Arise is settling quite nicely into the basement. A good change on the side of Neuters using that attacker repick to switch Silent off the Ace onto the Hibana. Hibana is notoriously more of a hatch-orientated operator rather than making multiple holes. But if Hibana can't get the job done, you don't have to worry, because Trist on the Maverick will still be able to open up those hatches, but it's just not exactly what he excels in. Trist, you're going to be using the double hard breach to be able to get all these different walls open. For example, you can look over towards Dirt Tunnel, where a lot of the Neuters are going to be trying to maneuver themselves, but it also looks like Silence over there as the push is well underway.
Now, this is good on the side of Neuters. Storms hasn't died yet, which is a lot better than last time they were attacking this site. It means that they're going to have more avenues in terms of building crossfires, but well, with Maverick off the board, it's going to be just that much harder. Like you mentioned, that was kind of their backup for if Hibana goes down, and well, there goes your Twitch as well. So that's going to be a lot of utility now, much safer than it was previously on the side of the defenders. And what is Neuter's plan at this point? I mean, they're just kind of everywhere. I don't see them in tradable positions. They're still clearing out the top floor, and it's about 1 minute and 40 seconds left in the round. And Ariel Rice has all but left the site, the entire map to them, and moved themselves back onto the site. There really needs to be some sort of aggression and pacing really taken advantage of by Neuters, or they're going to find themselves down 4-0.
No, it's very scary, especially when you consider that this is Clubhouse. It's a map where I feel it's harder to regain a map advantage. Storm seeing the head of the Valkyrie, not able to catch Ashen, unfortunately. And with a minute 10, Neuters are left in shambles. They have to pick up the pieces and make something out of this round, but they're gonna have to five furious defenders of Aerial Arise who don't want to give up a round just yet. Can they get it done? That's all that we need to figure out. With a minute to go, they'll start their approach. Silent holding down on the side of Kitchen. C4 will be tossed up. CZ's going to put an end to the life of the Habana. They're relegated with the rest of their teammates to the bench. And with 44 seconds to go, time is still ticking down. They have to make a play as Ambi will be able to collect their second on the round. And now, all of a sudden, it's a 1v5 with Storms, a player who's notoriously been the opening pick, left to try to make something out of absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing indeed. He has a little bit of vertical, but barely any time left, and he needs to start finding picks. But with a beautiful double swing, that is not going to happen. I mean, when you've got 3 guns trained on you, unless you are God himself descended to play Siege, you are really going to struggle with that. Oh, what is this? Trist going to be calling an illegal skin. So we're going to go ahead and pause and take care of that real quick. So uh, while they're figuring that out, we're gonna go ahead and talk a little bit about that last round. And honestly, there was one thing in particular that I wanted to point out for all you vertical mains there. Sledge really got himself stuck there on the main stairs, opening up that hole beneath him, right where he needed to go. That is an issue that I see a lot of Sledge players make, especially on this map, where they'll open up a hole right where they need to go and be like, "Oh, wait, now I can't go this way." So just be conscious of that, right? You should really, if you're competing at this level, you should have very set positions, timing of where you want these holes to be open, so that you can build your crossfires as effectively as possible, and hopefully not end up in a situation like that where you've left Habana alone to die and there's barely any vertical done and the time is running out and you're just struggling, and your name is Nooters and you're terrified because Ariel arises. Well, the train is coming and it is not slowing down.
Yeah, new neuters really need to pick it up. Aerial Rise are looking really, really scary right now. So I'm guessing that the skin was completely fine, but regardless, what you mentioned, what do we have to see from neuters? If I'm being completely frank, I want to see that they are really working more as a unit, where we see Aerial Rise is just simply outplaying them off their positioning. Neuters need to put themselves in a position to not only win their gunfights, but to win them in more than one way. Now, you can always say, win your ones and you win the game. Yeah, that can be true to some regard, but if you make everything a 2-to-1, where at least one person is winning that one, then that's how you're going to be able to favor things. So for the players of Neuters, I want to see that if we're going for a CC attack, in order to clear out everything inside a garage, they're getting that wall open, but they're not taking these aggressive pushes. They could have someone long, and it's just a matter of thinking, okay, we want to take garage. How do we take garage? Well, we have to open up CC to get a line of sight and make sure they can't rotate out. So it's a whole different fundamental of making sure that you have every single base covered and using information to know which bases you actually don't need to have covered. So very interesting dynamics, a lot of theory crafting, but we don't have to do that anymore as Storms on the sledge once again begins their approach onto the bedroom side.
This is a very standard top floor clear as they go to make sure that everything over there is clear. They will hopefully find out that it's pretty clear soon enough, but hopefully as well keep their guns up. Ariel Arise is no stranger to taking map control that they've already given up. And if they let Ariel Arise do that, then Ariel Arise is just going to continue to stomp on them. I mean, you take map control, you need to be confident in it. Now, I don't usually say this right now. Given the current meta, I think this is a meta that is very heavily based on gun skill, but honestly, a high level of discipline, I think, could potentially be the downfall of Ariel Arise. If if this team is built well, they build their crosses well, make sure everyone's safe at all times, and make sure they're still just making their way through and,
Oh,
slowly but surely, I think that really would be what Ariel Arise would struggle with. But Neuters is not doing that. They're playing this very puggy style that we've seen from them previously and honestly seems to be read quite well by Ariel Arise. Wow. Yeah,
CZ is going to be
shots
able to
coming out both
capitalize.
directions.
Oh my goodness, really tough for NOOTERS, especially if you're rooting for them here. Even the spray from the S and sorry LMGE isn't going to do anything. Just great control of that SMG-11. You can see they're not just holding down the trigger; they're using great trigger discipline, and understanding that discipline and knowing who to play, how to play them is a really important thing. And I want to take a point over to question why there was no Maverick on a CCTV attacking round when when you have to
Um,
look at what holes are being opened. Why was it so slow when in previous rounds that wall was opened up almost immediately? But it wasn't off a Maverick trick. It was all off the back of a thermite charge. So a lot of different questions need to be asked right now.
yeah, I one of the questions I want to ask, right? We know where Pangu is, so I'm not going to say where is Pangu, but where is their IGL right now? That's what I want to know. I can't confirm whether or not Pangu was IGLing for them previously, but right now it just doesn't seem like there is one. They're just going in, being in some position that they think may be advantageous for their ones, probably. You know, trying to give yourself 70 to 30 gunfights, but at this level, everyone here is going to be shooting well. I mean, have you seen these guys? Ambi, Ash, and Louise, Milano, even, right? Just absolutely mad gunners. And okay, I say that as if I'm excluding anyone on the side of Aerial Rise. No, everyone on Aerial Rise, mad gunners. Unlike the player on NOOTERS, Gunner, who may or may not be mad at this moment.
I think I will commend Ariel Wise. I don't normally support any sort of trash talk, but it does seem to be working in this case. They're under Newton's skin, and there's a lot of things missing. Ambi though will be the first to go down inside a garage. Good drone work on the side of Newton's. Very refreshing to see as their assault towards bedroom starts off with a bang. And I think this is the first time we see the man advantage on the side of Newton's, and it's not contested by an immediate trade. This could mean and we see finally on the final round of the split around for NOOTERS.
Yeah, I mean, that is the first opening pick on their side as well. So that is a 4v5, and they have advantage. They have some map control over here now as they continue to try and make their way through CC. Unfortunately, Trist is going to go down to Ash, and an aggressive swing going to take him out. But Gunner in the correct position to take him out. Now we just have this flank by Frost to worry about, and it is not going to find anything. Going to make his way back down the secret stairs because that's what's safe. And thankfully, he did that because he would not have kept his life had he gone the other direction. There was a player waiting on that flank. I love how solid this is. I'm not going to lie. NOOTERS have really turned around their play style here. It's a lot less puggy, so to speak, than it was before. At this point, NOOTERS is understanding what map control they have, what they need to take, and it's showing. They are actually putting up a very good fight right now, 3-3, and Ariel Arise suddenly seems to be well, struggling with the exact style they had before. Not entirely certain that they're confident in it while in this sort of disadvantage at this point that they have right now, especially with CZ going down and Luis as well losing his life. And suddenly the round is over. Oh my goodness. Now that is what I call positioning. NOOTER is going to take their first round by just making sure their players are in the right spot at the right time. And honestly, that just goes to show, I guess I should say. That yeah, that sort of discipline and understanding of where you need to be at what times is really going to be the downfall of Aerial Rise, at least while they're on defense. Granted, this is the split now, and I mean, I'm sure Binks will have some things to say about the split.
Yeah, I have some general notes that I really want to see from NOOTERS. So that previous round, we saw them have a lot of great work towards their positioning, as you mentioned, as well as playing off the information. That initial pick and the lack of a trade from Ariel Arise came from them droning at that Mozzie, getting the shots, I believe it was through the garage door, a destructible wall. So it was really solid for them as they made their entrance. And once they were in the building, they were fine. So as we transition on NOOTERS to the defending side, I want to see them use that same positioning where they have to understand that Aerial Rise is going to be coming to them, and that could be a massive thing. And they're playing towards that information as Trist will be taking the Valkyrie. One of the small nitpicky critiques I want to make in the last round was that there was a lot of drones on the board, but the people who had already died weren't actually watching them. They weren't
Oh
watching
goodness.
the dead cams. I know that's nitpicky. I know it is. But when you're only concerned
No.
about a flank watch, then you have to be concerned about seeing that from Aerial Arise as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's not that nitpicky. That is basic Siege, and that is the thing that loses rounds, in all honesty. Just
Mhm.
coming from a coaching perspective, I mean, honestly, even just pointing that one thing out kind of explains to me why Neuters was doing so poorly before. I mean, that is such a huge thing to be missing and yet so simple at the same time. It's just really at this level, I don't want to say it, but kind of embarrassing. And don't let yourself be caught off of drones when there are drones on the board and you're dead. But in any case, we're on to the next round, and this is going to be Neuters defending round and an aggressive swing by Gunner. Now, that is the exact kind of aggression that I was talking about when I said, hey, we need to be able to control the pacing of the round. Oh my goodness. They're
Oh
right
my
next to each
god.
other, but oh, he is going to get found out. That is going to be Valkyrie off the board. Trist losing his life, but not before finding an opening pick on the round. I don't know if it was Trist. It was Neuters.
It was. I'm a little bit curious right now. I don't know exactly what the plan was from Ariel Arise going into this, but they've been able to even things out 3-3. And now with there still being the lonesome roamer of Gunner and only two players remaining on site, Gunner might have to rush back to site, and it's all down to if Storms as well as Silent can sufficiently hold it down. But they haven't spotted out this vigil, which means they have the yellow pings, the swing out from the Ayana, whether or not they know this is what the round is going to come down to. Swing, catches the Ion off guard. Gunner able to pick up that headshot. Finally droned out by the Twitch drone. A Gunner lit up to a tiny sliver of HP, but with a minute 15, do they have time to sufficiently clear out Strip?
Honestly, I don't think they do. I think they have to take this chance here and just to completely ignore it. They know that they can take a 2v2 on site, and if they take it quickly, they can ignore that vigil altogether. Well, Storms, though, not going to let that happen, finding a double to end the round, and that is the second round going in the favor of Neuters. Curious to see if this actually starts turning around. That was not a whole lot more coordinated on the attacking side than Neuters was, I felt, and honestly, I could see this start turning around here if that's the way that these attacks are going to keep going with these players all over the board doing. I'm not entirely certain what they're all doing, right? But not maintaining their staging structure, not maintaining and not maintaining their positioning, right?
Yeah, you have a really valid point there. It seems like the same flaws that plagued Neuters is still coming back to bite Ariel Arise, which is quite interesting. You could throw it towards the bans that Finka's banned, but I don't think Finka is that pivotal of an operator on the side of Ariel Arise or even Neuters that cause for the meta to really be approached in this sort of way. What I'm more concerned about on the attacking side is having a clear objective and following through with it. Now, we've only seen one attacking round from Ariel Arise, but you need to make sure that you have a shot caller, someone saying, we are taking this room. This is how we're taking this room. We have this room, now we're going here, and this is all through an overarching narrative that leads towards sight, where you have to constantly pick up the pieces. If things don't go as planned, then you have a backup plan, and that's at its core. And I think as a coach, you'll really feel this. That's exactly what Siege is. Things never go according to plan. There's a reason why we put such emphasis on flawless rounds. Things are supposed to go wrong, and having to force these players to really come out of their shells and come up with these adaptations, you need to be working together and you need to be working in perfect unison.
Speaking of working together, that is going to be exactly what Neuters are looking to do here. They want to keep control of Raptors for as long as possible, and there's a lot of pressure being applied on that side of the map. With that garage door open, suddenly it's going to become a lot more difficult, especially while there is no one up there. I mean, they've got to make a rotate. They've got to get someone into that Raptors, or else garage is going to be free, and at that point, suddenly Ariel Rice is going to have control right next to the site. But looks like they might have different plans. Neuter's looking for some aggressive plays here, playing below, and more than likely going to be looking for a little bit of a late link down the road. And whether or not that will be effective will be up to time to tell us. Now, as that breach is getting open very promptly, this is the Maverick that we've talked about. Yeah, that is going to be huge versus Neuters. It looks like that flank wasn't successful. Snake being the opening pick of the round. Not a wonderful start for Neuters.
This has been a great opening Maverick call, I have to say. Louis is going to be opening it up with a minute 43. You don't need to get the wall open right away, just as long as it gives the pressure that you need. Interesting here from Gunner, where they're going to be attempting to look outside and just get that narrow peek next to garage door. I've actually never seen that angle used, and it's a very creative one when you feel that you don't have to worry about that garage control. But as I say that, all of garage has fallen to Arial Arise, and that will force a gunner back after they are able to secure their frag.
This top red player is more than likely going to be the key position. And as I say that, he finds another pick onto the player looking for a trade down below. Trist is well playing below, and he does still have a nitro in his pocket. So he's going to be able to deny a plant anywhere on the site, as most of this site is destructible to the flooring. Now we find ourselves in a 3-3 situation, and suddenly it's not looking quite as good for Arial Arise. NOOTERS is aware of what positions they need to be holding, especially this top red position, like I mentioned before. And while Arial Arise is going to be dumping utility to try and get them out of there, they still have Valkyrie below to worry about. And that is going to be a huge problem as Arial Arise wastes their time trying to breathe the smoke. And Valkyrie is patient below, waiting for this execute attempt.
A great use for those toxic babes to delay on time, but as this final toxic babe is going to be thrown out, we're down to the final 20 seconds. It's not going to delay all of it. Gunner on a 3K finally shut down. Trist from down below with the C4 will come up absolutely huge, and it's all left up to Louise, which even if he even takes a tiny hit, he can't actually get in. That shock wire would have killed him from that Cade Claw on the reinforcement, forcing the Zofia to rotate all the way towards garage, and all off the back of time. NOOTERS will take their third consecutive round.
Beautifully played by NOOTERS. It was not actually looking very good for them at one point during the round. They were down 5-3. That's not a super fun position to be in, but NOOTERS aware of what positions they needed to be in. Just, I mean, in terms of spacing, right? Not, I said position and then position. Anyway, NOOTERS was aware of where they needed to put their bodies. That's the point I'm trying to get at. They did a very good job of that. They put the correct players in the correct positions, even rotating players around when they realized, hey, we have a player in our key position, top red, who only has 10 health. Let's just rotate him out, put someone else in there who's going to be able to survive, I don't know, a nade hit or a shot or two. And it worked. It gave them an advantage to hold on to that stronger, leave Valkyrie below, and that found the trade for that player. And ultimately, NOOTERS stole that round away beautifully by just maintaining their positioning and understanding their key map control.
I think we can't forget to talk about Gunner, really.
True.
Gunner did come up huge that round, where they seemed to have a really good understanding of what Arial Arise was going for, and they read them like an absolute book in that round, and that's to no fault of Arial Arise. But once we saw them get into good control of garage as well as CC, that's when you need to normally see a commit coming out. And yes, you have toxic babes being thrown out, but if you constantly apply that pressure, and you don't get over aggressive and you force NOOTERS to come to you, then that's when you're able to get that plant down and the roles are swapped. You're no longer a defender, you are now essentially attacking, and it's a weird role swap. But my big point there is just a utility follow-up. You throw your nade and get right behind it, and then you're able to capitalize on the round.
Well, Gunner and Snake, well, two MVPs of the last round, are no longer with us, as CZ found both the opening and a second at the beginning of the round, leaving NOOTERS once again down at a 3v5. Will they be able to pull it back again? No, at least not as effectively as they did the last time. Ambi is going to find Storms, and now Arial Arise is looking very dominant again. 2v5 is a huge man difference, and Trist, oh my goodness, he is in an unknown position, and he might be able to find the Sion for free, and it's going to happen. That's a free pick, but does he get his gun up in time? He does it. He finds a second.
Oh!
While Loot finds another. That brings us to a 2v2, and NOOTERS are bringing this back. Oh my goodness. Suddenly, this looks like it could be a very even round, and it's like we're reset. Two hard breachers left on the side of NOOTERS, while they both have very effective weapons. With both Trist and Loot silent on the other side, they are going to have to make their way through this wall and through whatever other avenues they choose to define their split pressure.
You talked earlier about the chemistry that we see on the side of Arial Arise. It's a matter of it's going to come to fruition. Trist with the triple kill, keeping NOOTERS trying to get it down to a one-off round differential. But the minute 24, protected by the reinforcement, Trist gets back into coverage, and they have a beautiful cross peak enabled from construction. CZ gonna be able to use all of the health provided from those Kona stations. C4 tossed out, not gonna be able to line up any frags. Back up at 100% HP is CZ, making their approach through bedroom hallway. They have access to the case in a minute to do so. Drone will be thrown out, easily observable by their teammates, but nobody's watching it. Thank you, Ambi, for getting on that. 55 seconds. Tensions could not be higher. This round could easily determine the game. Sprays out from CZ, looking for the shot behind Mattress, and he will find it. Huge shot as Arial Arise will secure their first round on attack, and once again, match point on Clubhouse.
Wow, what a close round, really coming down a lot to micro positioning there at the last second. I mean, if you saw all those tiny little quarters they were ducking behind, making sure they were just in the exact right spot that they needed to be to give themselves an advantage on whatever swing they needed to make down the road, but not get shot while they're doing it. Honestly, just beautiful. I do have to question the transition moving over to the mattress. I thought Loot Silent was in a perfectly fine spot to be playing in. Honestly, even potentially making a rotate through Logi at some point during the round, but that's not what happened in CZ. I will say, did find a very nice shot. I can't blame Loot Silent for getting shot by someone with an aim like that, but maybe focus a little bit on that micro positioning, making sure you're playing everything to your greatest advantage, if you will.
I think that's a really good point. And you talk about micro positioning, we can't forget to mention that last round we saw, I believe it was Trist on the Valkyrie, be able to secure a triple kill. They were able to solely bring that round into actual contention, when whereas a 2v1 favoring NOOTERS, all off the fact of that key positioning, hiding around those main stairs, making it so Arial Arise had no clue. They lost 2 players, so that interest later on got their 3rd kill. But you have to make sure you are sufficiently droning out every aspect and understanding exactly where the defenders could be lurking. Because if NOOTERS figure out how to constantly find those holes, then you're gonna have to worry. And when you go for too many aggressive spawn peaks, you start to get pre-fired. I think that's a clear instance of what happened to Gunner, and it's a unfortunate fate, but Arial Arise, I tip my hat to learning from mistakes.
Yeah, I believe there was actually a drone somewhere around there. Not entirely certain how it spotted him out, but in any case, that is going to actually be Gunner's second opening death in a row, I should say. Now, this is going to be a very similar. Oh, did he just throw 2 Hibana pellets at an electrified hatch? No, there they are. They're on the floor next to it. They're going to try and destroy that Cade, and perhaps if they get them close enough to the hatch, then they'll be able to do a little bit of damage to the hatch as well. But if they get that Cade off, well, that could be huge if that Cade goes as it does right there. Never mind, no, it doesn't. It's still there. So that
Oh
hatch is going to
no.
be just about untouchable until they can get a player around with either some nades or something along those lines to get whatever they need off. But NOOTERS are going to be applying plenty of pressure while they're doing it, not only with nitros, well, actually not with nitros, both nitros have already been used, but with a body on the main stairs that could spell doom for a player, but instead will just spell doom for himself. Snake off the board a little bit early during that round.
Really unfortunate. Silence couldn't be able to fight back, taking out Louise. But that Jackal should have never been able to push down there. There's no drone. It was all off the reaction time and their ability to just line up their shots. With a minute 22 now remaining, NOOTERS are in an okay position, but Arial Eyes has the potential. They've taken control of Central Stairs. We see them attempting to establish at least a little bit of presence in Dirt Tunnel. And it looks like this could very easily be an Arsenal take that just has an overall understanding of where exactly defenders are positioned. But a key position that's not been opened is still that hatch. It's electrified, and none of the players, Hibana has rotated down. They are completely forfeiting going for this hatch, which could be absolutely devastating if they don't have the cross angles. All these holes, one will be taken out, and that means it was too close. That Hibana pellet will still not detonate. Arial Arise, you gotta know where to line up your pellets.
They don't know where to line up their pellets, and they also don't know where Trist is. He's going to find another flank during another round in a row, and while there is going to be a hot drop, Cade is sure to take care of that immediately. Never mind. Actually, there is going to be a trade coming out as the player is coming in through dirt, but Trist on the triple. Now every member of Arial Arise is watching Ambi, and we're back at a 1v1, or sorry, he's watching CZ. CZ has to find this, but unfortunately he is not playing against Loot Silent. This is Trist, the man himself, 2 triples in a row. And now CZ is looking for anything he could do, and he starts putting the plant down. Trist, though, has enough time to try and bait him off of it. And CZ's gonna stick it. Pros don't fake it. A swing comes out. Trist does a little bit of damage, but it's not gonna be enough. And CZ's gonna find another and win out the map for Arial Arise. What a legend, 2 clutches in a row. Oh my goodness. That was such a close map and yet such a distant map at the same time. Both of those last rounds showing that NOOTERS really does stand a chance during this last matchup. But Arial Arise proving to be just on top.
They did a really good job. Look at the score line. That was 3 consecutive rounds. Sorry, not 3. You saw a good 5 consecutive rounds on the side of Arial Arise. And it gave them the 5-1 split. It took them a little while to find their footing on the attacking side. But by the end of it, they did a phenomenal job being able to just completely separate the defenders. But even when they got those splits, they came down to close rounds solely off the fact that they weren't able to find that roamer of Trist for 2 consecutive rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Trist was enabled to come completely alive because they don't know where to look. If he was playing Caveira, that would possibly have been a free interrogation, all off the fact that they did not know where he was positioned. So a lot of things to think about, and really questionable to see if NOOTERS are going to keep accelerating or if NOOTERS has already run away with it. Or sorry, if Arial Arise, sorry.
Yeah, that was actually a NOOTERS pick, so curious to see that as we continue to move on, but I think that pretty succinctly sums up the map, and as I don't have a whole lot to add, rather instead I'm going to go ahead and throw to a break, but don't go anywhere. More exciting action to come right as we get back.
You burst in a fire, burn, a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. Phoenix, you burst in a fire, burn, a thirst and desire. You transform right up in a flash. You spread your wings to rise from the ashes. shivers. Whenever I'm thinking about you, just wanna live and live without you. Be on my own again. I get the shivers. Whenever you go out of line, yeah. I feel it creeping down my spine, yeah. Wanna be alone again.
Buenos tardes, CCL, and welcome back. I am Binks, and I'm joined here by my good friend Yali.
Hello again, and thank you all for not going anywhere. Like I said, this is going to be a huge map. This is, in fact, a rematch of a map previously during the group phase. These two teams took themselves head-to-head on Oregon, map that we will be returning to, where NOOTERS won 8-6. But after that dominant showing by Arial Arise, I mean, 2 rounds in overtime, I think that's more than possible, Binks. In all honesty.
Yeah, it doesn't look like an 8-6 could be a repetition, but we haven't seen these teams play on Oregon. And if we look at key differences between Club and Oregon, Oregon has a lot more of a comfortable where once you get into the map, those flank watches aren't as much of a problem. An obscure player, the only obscure part of the map that you're going to have to really worry about is going to be towards that small tower side if you're not clearing out areas like shower and dining. That's where you have that potential, but you cut that out and you look at just solely pushing towards a second floor or even a basement site, and that's something where these gunfights are really going to come alive. We saw Trist on the side of NOOTERS start to wake up slowly. So as we go hurtling towards Oregon, I'm really looking to see some crazy gunfights and some absolutely bonkers clutch potential from both these teams.
Oh, yeah, and we are ready to actually get into it. So we're going to go ahead and get that map started. And while we're looking at this lovely preview that our producer has prepared for us, I mean, look at this. Isn't this gorgeous? Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Oregon. I mean, bans, what are we expecting for bans, Binks? What, like, there
Well,
was
it's
another
pretty
point I forgot.
simple. It is pretty simple when we look at this,
Right.
where we can't expect anything from NOOTERS, but Arial Arise tend to be going towards a normalistic ban. So we could see either that Thatcher or the Flores on the side of Arial Arise, but NOOTERS will be the first to go. We could see another another Finca. But that's so much speculation. We don't have much to go on. I could speculate that the Valkyrie will be taken out on the defensive end, however, just because of how much we saw her play. But there's Thatcher.
Yeah.
Thank goodness he's back to a normal band selection.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I actually think that Valkyrie is gonna stay in. While she was played a lot, she was played by both sides of the team, both sides of the match. So I think both of these teams seem to be pretty comfortable having her. But yeah, there's Flores as well. I believe you mentioned that just a second ago. Pretty common ban on this map. I personally like to see Maverick off, but I don't like Maverick. I think Maverick is a terrible person. Um, if you'll excuse me. But no. Maverick obviously can be very powerful. He can do pretty much whatever he wants, opens hatches, but especially with Kate off the board, Maverick is going to be less important anyway.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see these teams if they're going to focus on actually taking a bandit or go for the mute. Now, another interesting aspect about there it is, the Valkyrie. Oh my
Hey.
goodness, that makes that pats my ego a little bit.
Yeah.
But if we look, mute is on the board, and the reason when you always take the mute over the bandit, at least in my personal experience, and you can back me up in this hopefully, is on a site like second floor when you go look at attic. The problem with attic is that you can shoot out in almost every single area where those bandit charges are. At least with a mute jammer, you can double down and try to stop some drone utility as well.
That is a good point. We aren't going to be going there, so we're not going to see what this team opts for yet. But NOOTERS instead are going to be showing us the basement. I don't know. Speaking to that utility point, though, I think that is true, but I think a lot of it just comes down to whether or not you're going to be holding below actively, right? Um, if you get a player down in meeting, or if you get a player down in Zulu, it suddenly makes it a lot harder to just shoot all the utility out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Interesting concepts. Mira was a operator that escaped this ban phase, and Storms is going to be opting to select the Spanish operator, which is quite interesting because I personally am on the side that I believe there are better selections here than Mira. But if we look at this supply closet placement, it basically disables a push from both partially inside of Freezer as well as primarily the laundry push. So if you are able to primarily push them away from going for something, it's much more likely. It's like when you're giving a sales pitch where you go for some crazy big idea and you say, hey, can you do this? A crazy commitment, they ask them for a little commitment. People are more likely to say yes to the second smaller commitment. A big commitment would be going for that primary push into laundry. You can convince them not to, then that's a great thing. One thing I'm questioning, why is there zero reinforcements and the entirety of Elbow was unreinforced?
I you know what? I have the exact same question, but it doesn't look like there's anyone really over there to take advantage of it. And instead, Storms is just going to be applying pressure back. It almost seems like it was a little bit of a trap. Like you said, don't go this way, go this way. I swear it's easier, but now they're all just hiding behind a soft wall. Two soft walls. There's Trist on the hatch, going to be applying a lot of pressure there, and Ambi is struggling to get any sort of counter pressure on the top floor. And now Mulatto off the board. Well, there is going to be a trade. This is just not a very fun spot to be in if you're Ariel or Rise. I mean, look at this. He's getting shot. Now
Oh
he's
my.
dead. Like, yeah, no, that's definitely a difficult situation they put themselves into, and what a beautiful bait by NOOTERS as well. It seems like they have a pretty good understanding of this map.
Yeah, you can see that their gunning ability is definitely stepped up a notch even
Yeah.
within that small break. But Ariel is doing a great job of continuing to drone at their opponents. These Kona stations clearly doing a great job, as we saw all three were in use, keeping all the remaining three defenders of Triss, Storms, and Silent alive and well. And I didn't even notice that's a second mirror set up for Freezer. So we talked about trying to deter people away. It seems as if the primary deterrent is just to deter them away from Freezer and not even just Laundry. Laundry is the easier approach. But regardless, they haven't opted for either. They're going to be going for a pillar-centered approach as Ambi sprays out, playing on that Ash operator. Final breach round detonated. Sophia also using her final stun. All of the utility on the side of Ariel Rice has almost been expended. All that is left is one lonesome adrenal surge. Triss lit up above, isn't able to be dispatched. Ambi gonna be able to take their kill. Find two, that's Luis. And it's all left up to the lonesome Mira on the other side, sitting inside on the actual laundry machines. Won't be able to find their kill. C4 cooked out, but it will not even detonate as Ariel Arise reclaim their attacking round.
Beautifully converted by Ariel Arise. I mean, I will say I think there were some issues on the side of NOOTERS though. While Trist was kind of a menace on that hatch, he played there very aggressively. He needs to understand he needs to make his presence known, but at the same time, he can't lose his life there. He needs to be able to fall back and help apply pressure elsewhere. And ultimately, because he was still there, he died. That allowed the players to move past him and just kind of go for the site, continue to build this execute, and with a coordinated execute by Ariel Arise, NOOTERS kind of fell apart there. I will say I did really like their initial setup though. I like what you mentioned very specifically with the Miras being this deterrent from that side to say go this way, but then turns out there is a lot more pressure being applied on the other side because while there's not really as much for the defenders to hide behind, there's plenty, right? All they really did was take positions away from the attackers, and that allowed them to apply plenty of pressure to the attackers. And, well, they really struggled to find any sort of a foothold over there. And, I mean, even up to the end of the round, they had to kind of just run and gun to get past them and start building an execute.
New Neuters now going for the second floor kids bedroom site. Now there's an interesting thing about their lineup where we actually see three different operators that are more centralized around ensuring that the attackers will be slowed down. Trist on that Thorn going to be trying to shut them down outright, as well as Storms, Malusi, and the Snake for that ending denial. We see a really clear timeline of where the denial should be enacted and key points within the map where Ariel Arise should feel pressure. Within their spawn isn't one of them, as earlier on in the round, Ashen was the one to fall.
That is going to be enormous. That is your only hard breach potential. CZ still looking to find a pick through that window, but it's not going to happen. Ambi making an aggressive play is already in the closet, and with a couple trades, suddenly we're in a 3v3. Make that 3v2. The attackers have the disadvantage, but they also are on the site. Louise, oh goodness, that is going to be a C4. That is brutal, leaving Ambi alone. He is going to find one, but he's got two more, and this is going to be an uphill battle if he wants to take this home. He knows where the positioning of at least one of the players is, but his gun is down, so he can't find it. And with a couple shots coming out from both directions, make that only one direction. Storms is actually going to down him, or get downed, but that's a trade. And unfortunately, that's not going to give Ariel a rise around. NOOTERS take their first round off of that unparalleled aggression.
Yeah, a really explosive round that we just witnessed on Bedroom. And I have to admit, I wasn't expecting to see such an aggressive push, especially off the loss of their hard reach on Aerial Arise. But it kind of makes sense within the narrative. You lose your hard reach. What does taking it slow do for you? It makes more sense to try to catch your opponents off guard, which they came so very close to doing. Ambi was sitting right inside of the site. If they were the ones with diffuser, they could have rotated farther back, or even if the Finka was more aware of the information that was being fed to the other team,
Honestly,
it's a completely different round.
yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, if Ambi just kept his gun up when he swung top white, that's a completely different round. Because then he's enabled his 1v1. And he finds that pick if his gun is up there, right? Yeah, but that just goes to show. I always say that backwards. I actually did it right this time. Let's go. No, that just goes to show, right? How close that round really was. And really the quick decision making. Like I mentioned, not entirely certain that NOOTERS had an IGL during the last one, but I mean, this is Oregon. Going to be easier for them without an IGL, and Arial Arise are taking advantage of the fact that they seem to have a pretty potent IGL. Good shot call on them to make their way into the building as fast as possible, and it very nearly paid off.
Um, I'm sorry. I had a point about Silent, but I feel like it's too mean to mention that he put down and picked up a bulletproof cam 3 times. I
Oh, no.
couldn't take my eye off of
Oh,
him, but the nade
Luis.
bouncing back, saved from the Finka stim. That's not how you want to start a round, Aerial Arise, especially not going for a basement take where it's actually really likely. What?
No!
What?
Warden.
What?
That's Ned Flanders off the board to his own teammate. What is the beginning of this round? This is the exact opposite around of the last round that we had, where there were trades coming up back and forth at this point in the round. I mean, no trades yet, rather instead just a lot of team damage. Oh goodness.
I'm curious. I'm really curious to see what NOOTERS are going to be trying to do.
Oh.
You got to watch out for the Twitch drone. No.
Is he
That
there?
first one will be taken off. Now, don't worry. Within this setup, I don't really like the mirror setup too much that Storm has, and I'll get into that after the round's over. But more importantly, the second mirror inside of supply will still be able to cover to some degree that mirror window that has already been open that's directly on that wall. Gunner, who's been on a really deep roam, is going to be coming down the stairs, but Ambi has none of it. They'll shut them down and increase the man count from 3 to 5. Now, the mirror window won't be able to spot it out. Luis, while no longer on low health, will be to take out Snake, and Storms and Silent are left almost all by their lonesome as the defenders of Aerial Arise just close right on him. Nothing that could have been done there, and I think that was flawless. I'm not sure if we saw a kill.
Yeah, that was a flawless round. And honestly, beautiful chokehold that Ariel Arise applied to NOOTERS. Just this wonderful web of players from every direction coming in, suppressing any sort of counterplay that NOOTERS might have on the site. There's not going to be any team play for NOOTERS when every single one of them needs to be holding their own positions. Warden is on the board again.
Yeah, I don't really understand that pick where we're not seeing a lot of flashes really set to go off and be detonated in the site, where I don't see why that pick is as essential. We don't see smoke strats. But Warden, I can understand where you have that 1.5. It's a very easy to control gun. You get the deployable shield. That's understandable. Storm setting up this double mirror strat is something that I'm starting to not like as much. I feel like there are better mirror placements based on the setup you're going for.
Not to mention, it was so easily countered by Twitch in the last round.
Exactly. It's been adapted, and that's one of my problems with mirror. Mirrors, the reason why I don't like mirror bans on Oregon is that it's very easy once there's a Twitch in play, and unless that you have the NOOTERS actively looking for that operator or looking for that gadget. This mirror setup from Storm is that one that's directly facing towards Freezer. It doesn't provide as much utility, where it seems like as soon as there's control from Pillar, it's not enabling the defenders as much as it could be in a different position. Like, for example, and this is a weird mirror placement to actually put it
Right.
on Pillar's wall. A lot of
Okay.
teams often open up walls there. So if you throw the mirror window there, it's gonna get destroyed, but it gets destroyed regardless. I mean, you have the one-way mirror window for the time being, and it's not on you can make it so it's a soft wall you're able to spray through to some degree.
Mhm.
And it's just a lot of different abilities to play around a mirror that I don't feel are being explored.
I agree. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like Warden is being explored very well either. I mean, not just speaking about utility, right? I mean, there are smokes on the board, there are flashes on the board, but Warden is so powerful when first off, you're playing him against potent operators, right? The correct operators, where they're bringing lots of flashes, they're bringing lots of smokes, they're planning on dumping a bunch of smokes in one spot or something along those lines, right? Warden can be very powerful then. But also, Warden has the Mossberg and the SMG-12, which are both very powerful weapons. And,
Mhm.
well, okay, some trades are going to come out. Yeah. I-
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird. It's
It's
I
odd.
don't understand. I don't understand the pick too much, but we don't have to understand the pick because weapons do play a very
True.
important role within Rainbow Six. Spraying out, Luz won't be able to secure the kill. They'll be downed and possibly out, but not yet, as there are potential frags capable. Ashen to take out Triss. The Warden of Silent is still down. Ambi has made their way into sight, spraying out, trying to find their frag. They have too many angles to worry about. Gunner to find Ashen. All of up to Ambi swinging around Pillar. They're trying to find their frag, but Gunner knows how to play ring around the Rosie. He'll find another headshot. And there you go. Neuters on their third attempt have finally won basement.
Yeah, I mean, what was the difference between what Ariel Rise did the first time, or the second time, I should say, and the third time? Well, first off, Neuters didn't team kill. That is definitely that definitely changes things up a little bit. Second off, right? Ariel Rise did this more of a backstairs, super aggressive thing. They were, I guess, kind of hoping that Neuters wouldn't notice, but I also think that Neuters was hoping that I wouldn't notice. But they have brought Warden again.
Well, you know what? It didn't really work too much against them. The shield that Warden
Yeah,
took ended up saving Gunner's life
but no, but
previously.
why don't you bring a Frost or an Alibi instead?
I don't have an answer for you there. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
gonna
what I
lie.
thought.
That's a
Listen,
really good point.
I am a huge Warden fan, but
I
I
love it.
don't think
Yeah.
it's it. I don't think it's
Look
it
at
here.
what is he stopping? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. There's no Habana. Maybe Habana might have flashes, and if they don't
Uh,
take breaching charges, that's 3 flashes
you know,
that are probably gonna get used on ADSs. What is there?
I will say I think last time they played this, there were a lot of really aggressive Ying plays. So I think they're kind of just bringing the Warden because, like you mentioned, he's not hurting them, right? He's got powerful weapons, you know, but on top of that, right? I mean, just in case they bring a Ying, which they probably won't, he's going to get spotted out. They're going to switch off a Ying if they are going to bring it. But now they know there's not going to be a Ying, right? They know they're not going to go for that specific play. They can count that off and they can be comfortable doing other things during the beginning of the round.
I don't see Gunner getting away with any crazy kills here. Louise is going to be lit up once again, but there's 2 more Finka boosts that should be able to heal them back up to full health. As hopefully this is like watching these 2 players all around the freezer stairs makes me it gives me a little bit of scary. I don't know if they're gonna get shot out, but regardless, Trist is gonna be the first to fall. Sprays out. Gunners made their way back up white stairs, and they'll be able to secure a refrag onto the sledge of Milano. And this round has already taken off in a quite an aggressive fashion as Silent also finding Ambi. But where is the positioning of Ariel Arise? It seems like these picks are coming from really obscure angles as Gunner's finding a second kill. They're being denied entry into the building.
Yeah, I mean, what they have 2 guns trained on both of these players at this point. I mean, Ariel Rise really needs to coordinate something here. They're not going to be able to take these 2-on-1s on their own. They need to get both of their players together and hopefully coordinate something so they can find some picks. But Ashen, unfortunately, is not going to be long for that position. He is going to get forced out. He knows if he stays there, then Warden is going to cause some problems. And hey, there's the flashes. There's the watch. He looked at his watch. He did the thing. The screen is
It
blue.
worked. It worked.
It worked.
Now you can't criticize me. I caught 1 flashbang. That's all the utility that I need. I got a oh, never mind. You didn't get a frag off
Didn't
of
get a
it.
frag off of it, but still scared these members out. They made their way back up, and now suddenly, they're kind of just in this sort of one-dimensional warfare with the Mossberg on the other side of the wall. This is going to be very difficult. They're going to have to be some really unbelievably clean shots on the side of Ariel Arise because, well, this wall's not getting open. There's a Mossberg in the way, but a swing is not going to work out. Triple kill for Gunner. as he has built his crossfires correctly, and now CZ is alone making his way up white stairs, but it seems they're aware of his position. This is nearly impossible for him, and while there are only 3 players up on the other side, and CZ is a talented gunner, making his way in is, right into the triple crossfire. That's going to be another round for NOOTERS, and I believe the first time they've taken an advantage so far this map, if I'm not mistaken.
You mean this series?
Uh, yes.
This entire series is the first
Yes.
time we see new neuters actually come out on top. So it's quite interesting. We see that this is probably the closest and quite literally mirroring what we saw
Oh, I
previously
thought it was going to be
scoreline
Warden.
wise. Where no, don't worry. There's no more warding. Good pick choosing to opt for the Wamai instead. But this is gonna be the final defending round on the side of Newt Neuters, and they really have to make the most of it. They're for the first time in their defense cycle going for a tertiary bomb site, and they have 2 clear choices. They can go for either kitchen dining or dining and meeting hall. They'll opt for the latter because I think that with this castle setup, I'm willing to predict that we're gonna see a very excessive extension on the second floor into attic, and they're going to be attempting to hold by using all these different angles. And believe it or not, but from down below you can go for a C4 toss on a default plant. So I think that new neuters are really focusing on the vertical aspect of this tertiary bomb site.
Yeah, there is a lot more vertical to be had from this bomb site than, I mean, very specific comparison than to kitchen and dining instead, right? Simply because you cannot hold the small tower. Don't try it. Not going to happen. You're going to end up like Anakin, right? Don't try
They
it.
have the high ground.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
Going to have the high ground. This offers you a little bit more flexibility in terms of how you want to play on the second floor, but, well, where are they? I don't see anyone on the second floor. I don't see any utility up here. Oh, there they are. They're up here, and yeah, there you go. Pretty egregious extension up here as well. There's going to be some utility. They have the Wamai to protect the shield, as well as a route back out, should they decide to go that way through the tower, but seems uncomfortable and, well, rather unfruitful, as the attack is not even coming from that way.
It's quite interesting where there's a lot of different routes that the side of Arial Rise could have taken. Now, interesting from Storms, they're on the flank. Milano's going to be able to take out Triss, and this should give a lot of awareness to the flank of Storms to say, hey, watch out, they know where you are. But it seems like the push is coming from a completely separate direction they're not even aware of. But as I say that, it's going to be an absolute sea of blue. 3 respective players on the side of Newt Neuters will be able to collect onto their frags, leaving Milano and CZ all on their own as the first Lion EE1D will finally ring out. But that makes sense. It's 2 minutes to go. What happened to every single player on the side of Arial Arise?
Make that another. CZ is left alone, and looks like he's going to have himself a nice little camp out here. Yeah, just holding this angle, probably talking to his team, hoping he can find something, maybe give himself just a tiny bit of an advantage, and, well, that's going to be a double swing. Loot Silent finishing off the round, and CZ going down. That's going to be another round in favor of Neuters, 4-2 on the split. And moving on to the Arial Rise defending half. Now, this is traditionally a balanced map, right? I can't necessarily say for sure if it's going to remain that way, if this is just going to end up being a neuter-sided map, or if Arial Rise is going to start bringing it back on defense. But I will say there is definitely something to be said about the fact that the aggression by the defenders, once again, played a very important part during that map. Or during that split, I should say.
Yeah, I wasn't too big of a fan of it at first from Newt Neuters, but once they really started to get comfortable and knowing how to reposition around Arial Rise and find those holes, it became very lethal. And we started to see the same thing that we saw in late game on the side of Clubhouse. Players like Gunner, Storms even, getting into positions where they haven't been droned out. They're coming up from places like the basement, these critical stairwells. The Arial Rise doesn't have a flank watch off. Meanwhile, there's still a Nomad on the board. They have the ability. Gridlock just got buffed if we're playing on that build, which I assume we are. Gridlock now has 4 track systems, so we can go and look at this from an Oregon perspective. Okay, I'm going to throw 1 onto Big Tower Stairs, 1 on the top of Big Tower Stairs, 1 at Laundry Stairs, 1 at Freezer Stairs, and let's say you didn't use 2 on Big Tower Stairs. You can throw 1 next to a hatch drop, to a critical point, to flank watch. There's so many possibilities that a Gridlock can give you in combination with switching that out for the Nomad that I believe both these teams could very much have profited from it.
Now, what I think Ubisoft has done, and this might be a little bit of a hot take, is well, we can all agree they have adjusted flank watch. That is Snake off the board. That is your Hibana. That's gonna hurt, but they do still have Ying to try and make an aggressive entry. But and Gunner as well is going to find a pick there to find a trade. But as I was gonna mention, flank watch, right? Goodness gracious! Oh my
Yeah,
goodness. Okay.
you're not
Yeah,
gonna get a
I'm
point
not
in.
gonna get my point in. There's too much going on. Gunner finds another on the round. Wow, okay, this is very aggressive, and this is exactly what I was expecting after we witnessed the Hibana going down. While we do move ourselves into a 2-2, there are still 4 Candelas in the pocket of Lewd Silent, and yeah, they're gonna start going out. Although, oh, not before the Yana clone goes out, just giving themselves a little bit more information so they can make sure they're planning this correctly.
Yeah, great use of information. Nade will eventually be thrown out just to make sure that they understand exactly what they're going to be dealing with. Gone 6 also being used. Good utility on the side of NOOTERS. And it's smart for them to go for a pillar push. Why, you might ask? Pillar plays a really pivotal role in taking the site, and it really has a line of sight leading towards the 2 positions that are still being utilized by the remaining defenders. A huge C4 from CZ, though. Where did that come from? Through
The
the
smoke.
smoke, right into the unexpecting line of sight of both remaining attackers on NOOTERS. Well played, as Arial Rise will narrow the gap to 1.
Now we see ourselves going back to the top floor here, and yeah, as I mean, what are we expecting for the top floor? Not a Mira. I was not expecting that. I'm very interested to see how they're going to be using that. I know there are a few different ways that you can use it. You can also use it onto a vertical extension to the first floor. Um, I think generally that could be pretty potent, especially when there's an Amaru on the board. Actually, no, uh, except for when there's an Amaru on the board. Mira and Amaru are two operators that I was not expecting to see during this round. And well, how do you think they're going to change the course of the round?
If I'm going to be honest, I don't know if the Amaru is going to stick, but it gives the potential to get right on into an area like games, or even an obscure window, like if you were to look at the pressure coming in through the bunk beds. It's just these different angles that the defenders aren't necessarily expecting. The Mira, however, is mostly going to be utilized, and as long as it's not dispersed, Luis, that is not what you do to your Jaeger players. A Kona station is not going to heal them that way. You're supposed to be the healer on the team. But the Mira play inside of Attic should function in a way that allows for a lot more versatility and just play freely inside of Attic. You don't have to worry about maintaining that control. Aggressive pick attempt from Ambi and throwing one of her alibi clones outside. Not going to give too much information. They're still going to keep up this aggressive nature, but this isn't unjust. As last round, we saw NOOTERS go for a really aggressive push in towards the basement. Then it may come as a surprise to say, hey, how are they going to do the same thing here? Well, that's when you sort of look at bedroom. Bedroom's the easiest rush potential when going for a second floor bedroom, and that's exactly what they are trying to prevent by shutting down coming in through that front door.
Ambi has found himself in a little bit of a pickle. He has made his way to the basement, though, and that's going to be effective in terms of getting himself out of the line of fire. But Ashen is not so lucky. He loses his life in the garage. Now, there is going to be a little bit of fight back as Triss loses his life to Louise, but, well, there's a lot of vertical control had by Arial Rise. Or not by Arial Rise, by NOOTERS. Sorry, split got me screwed up. But whether or not that vertical control, no, it doesn't look like it's going to be quite so effective. Ambi has decided to start taking it back. This is that exact retake of map control that we've seen before, but it's not going to continue for very long as Storms puts an end to that, says, no, this is my map control. You're not taking this back. I want it. But I will say, that is Amaru off the board. I think the plan was to Amaru in through a hatch. Not going to work out.
Unfortunate. Great use of this Gemini replicator, as it will collect a lot of information on where the shots are coming from in sight and really feed information to NOOTERS to know what they have to be looking out for. Storms just slightly off on trying to find Louise. Gunner using a second one, not going to find it. Sprays through the floor. Great job finding that mirror window. That will allow a double window push. Now this is quite critical for NOOTERS, because the more routes you have open, and it's clear that that is going to be the intention of Gunner, to push in possibly through that double window, or even through these white stairs. All these options are important. The C4 getting caught on a tiny bit of debris will inexplicably save the lives of two players who are on white stairs, but that's a double kill from Storms. All left up to Milano. They still have a C4 in hand. Shut down the case. Now with 39 seconds to go, they're gonna have to find two more remaining attackers getting healed by their own. There's Kona stations. They're all up to full health. Not to mention the fact they also have Finka swinging around. Milano, that pocket shotgun isn't going to do anything for you. Get off the shift key. There's going to be NOOTERS to win the attacking side, and they're going to maintain a 2-0 lead. What?
Well, a 2-round lead, if you will. And I
two round. I'm very sorry. I'm baffled.
Luis, what were you doing? Where were you going? I saw Luis run through the line of fire of anyone playing on top white directly into the line of fire of the player playing on big window. You know they're making a big window white push. Why are you going that direction? I really am lost on that one. But unfortunately, I'm not Louise. I can't tell you. Now, on the other side of things, NOOTERS did a very good job of isolating those firefights. I mean, kind of given to them a little bit, but they still did a very good job. They understood what they needed to do to make the players uncomfortable. I think that's why Louise decided to go for that little bit of a Hail Mary play. And ultimately that got them into a position where it was easier to pick off that player, right? Easier to start formulating your execute, and ultimately easier to win the round. That is the ultimate goal here.
Yeah, last time we saw a very similar defense from Arial arise, and it felt like there was a good amount of picks that actually occurred off the actual site. So I'm interested to see if Arial arise will still go for those aggressive rotations, or if they are going to settle down a bit, really play to hold what they know is theirs. Now, big contrast to the side of NOOTERS, so we don't actually see a bandit being selected. We saw Gunner previously take the bandit when it was the NOOTERS defense, and they did a phenomenal job rotating around the map using that 3-speed capabilities. But that will not be the case, as is the early pick attempt from Arial Rise won't be there, meaning that NOOTERS, just like the very first attacking round for them on round 7, they're going to get early control of this entire map. They're taking downstairs, and they're already turning their sights on the side of Gunner towards these white stairs. Now, depending what gadgets are here, this could mean that Gunner is in a very key position. Giving away their position, they're going to look to rotate back down, but with 2 minutes remaining, the pressure is already on Arial Arise's back.
Yeah, Arial Arise looking to apply a little bit of counter pressure as well. That Mossberg not going to pay off, though, as he finds himself dead. A couple trades come out, though, and find ourselves in a 4v3 in favor of NOOTERS, the attacking team. Now, at this point in time, NOOTERS is going to be starting to wrap themselves around the site, really just trying to make Arial Arise uncomfortable, pushing them into positions that they don't necessarily want to play in, positions exactly like what we see Luis in right now, playing at the top white, getting ready for an aggressive swing, and Storms, well, Storm's not going to punish that player, as Luis is going to actually manage to sneak by, and a trade is going to come out. We are now in a 3v2. And, well, make that a 3v1. Luis now finding his way onto the ground, and CZ as well, not looking in the right direction, loses his life, leaving NOOTERS on map point.
Yeah, really good round from NOOTERS. They're showing that they're really settling into the way they want to play, especially within this series. And within that regard, I'm quite curious to see what's missing from Arial Arise. We saw them come out of the gate swinging. What is going on? It seems like within every single round, it's they have a strong hold, but as soon as a key position falls, it seems like they're starting to make just little blunders that NOOTERS is so happy and content to just they're waiting for the crumbs to fall to the ground, NOOTERS. And as soon as they see those crumbs, they will just snag them right up. But they're not done there. They're gonna keep eating until they get the food that's there. That's yours for the taking. Ariel Rising to protect what they have. They can't get too concerned with these side quests of extending their sight or going and preventing an early aspect of NOOTERS hold. They have to dedicate themselves and hold these key positions rather than giving them up and causing their entire defense to crumble.
Yeah, I mean, you said it perfectly, right? It's all about the key positions. It's all about setting them up, making them strong, and Arial Rise are not doing that. They're just getting too aggressive here. and not in the right ways, right? We've mentioned a little bit in the past where during the last map, Aerial Rise was able to maintain the pacing of the map explicitly by making these aggressive plays. The kinds of aggressive plays that are happening now are not the ones that dictate pacing. They're just dangerous swings, dangerous peaks that ultimately don't really serve you any purpose beyond just, I'm just going to take the swing now, right? I think that
Ex-
really is the difference between this high level aggressive play that we see that works so well and the and T4 teams that are like, I play an aggressive style, I'm LATAM.
I think that's a good way to put it. Where like you see Lada, and I think some of the most iconic rush strategies have been showcased from that entire continent. But it's very structured. When you look at LATAM, it's a structured rush. It's not just saying, "Oh, I'm playing Call of Duty. I'm in the site." It's a very big change, and CC's actually going to be doing exactly what I talked about within the earlier half, where we saw the mirror placements of NOOTERS contrast to where I believe this will be a far superior placement based on the push style of both these teams. So we'll see now as the clock continues to tick down on what could be our final round of Oregon, if it is actually the right decision.
Nooters are looking to push more or less directly into at least that one on the front. There's not going to be that mirror window that Arial Arise was a fan of, but or rather that Nooters themselves were a fan of, but Arial Arise seemed to be a little bit less of a fan of. However, there is still plenty of pressure being applied via that freezer wall, but not enough. Lewd silences, this is mine today, finding the opening pick of the round. That is huge. That simply makes it so Nooters only have to convert the round now. They no longer have to give themselves an advantage. Never mind, oh, there is a trade, so that's going to be the beginning of their conversion. But there is also going to be just as much aggression on the side of Arial Rise as ever. Are Nooters expecting it? The answer is yes. Jaeger puts his gun down, and with a couple other swings, suddenly Ashen is alone in a 1v3 with an SMG-11, and it's not going to be enough. Storms is going to end his life, and that is going to be map 2 in favor of Nooters.
That will round us out to one map per team, which means this best of 5 could easily be going the distance. Now, our next map is going to be Villa, and that is a NOOTERS pick. But before we get there, we're going to have to give a little bit of a digest, figure out exactly what changed to allow NOOTERS to have such a dominant performance on Oregon.
Yeah, in all honesty, I think it comes down to what I mentioned at the beginning of that last round. The pacing. It's all about the pacing. Nooters figured out a way to play this aggressive style that allowed them to control the pacing. And unfortunately, Arial Rise just did not replicate that on their defenses. There was a lot of just, we'll make an aggressive swing here, we'll try our best to win these firefights, and not enough of, we're going to make them stop and think about what they're doing, right? We're going to try and get in their heads. We're going to make sure that the round is ours to control, right? That is...
Yeah,
You can go ahead.
I do genuinely think that it does come down to pacing, but it's also a matter of how they're taking that control. If we look to the attacking side, the control of the map was given to them the one round where it was, and there's also a team kill on the side of Arial Rise. So that type of strategy of early preemptive denial into the actual building, that wasn't actually fully thought out and properly accomplished, mainly because there was no way for them to see the actual direct effects. What I'm looking to see in these next maps is if NOOTERS are going to be able to continue that control on a map like Villa, where you have so many buffer rooms where you almost want your opponents to make it their way in, because it's more of like a dungeon setup where you get in, make your battle, next level, boss battle. Obviously, that's the objective, and there's different things, there's different side quests you can do to make it better. Like, for example, a side quest could be going down below and clearing and getting that vertical pressure to support you. But that's a lot of theory crafting. We're going to be taking it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. CCL will be back in a few.
Stay in the house. Lock the door. Slasher. Take this to your grave. Stay in the house. Lock the door. Slasher.
Hello, hello, welcome back to CCL. We just saw two absolutely explosive maps, but I'm Binks, I'm joined here by Yali, and we have NOOTERS and Arial Arise competing for the Stage 1 CCL Grand Finals.
No other language this time, Binks. Well, I guess
I
English
haven't
is a
I hadn't done
language.
English. That's three different
That
languages
is
so
three
far.
different
We've done
languages.
French, Spanish, and English, so I need to
Yeah,
come up
right.
with a few more.
You know what? That's fair. While Binks is looking that up, I'll go and debrief the last map really fast. I mean, it was a 7-3 favor of Newt Neuters, and Newt Neuters just did a very good job of controlling the pacing of the round as well as I mean, just in general winning their firefights. I mean, they seemed a lot more confident than they were during the first map. And honestly, they kind of bringing it back. But in any case, you're going to have to see how that translates to Villa, a map where, like being said, it's like a dungeon. You know, you move level to level, and maybe there's some side quests here and there. But I'll let Binks take that away a little bit more as we talk about the next map.
Yeah, we can look at Villa as we go hurtling towards our third map of the day. I am more interested to really observe what is going to transpire and the structure that we'll see. I gave the dungeon analogy, but that's not enough on its own because this isn't a solo game. Rainbow Six is a team game. What I need to see from both of these teams, both these squads, is that teamwork capability where they're coming right on into it. They have a clear objective and they're working together. They're not on their own individual missions and happen to run into each other. We need to see those cross peaks, people specifically droning for each other, getting into key positions. And patience is a virtue, especially in Siege. Waiting out an angle and watching for your team is something that honestly makes or breaks a round. I'm going to give a big throwback to when I was on console. Watermelon Snooze is a team that would push into Villa. They would push their way up through astronomy stairs and they'd just leave a player there,
Mhm.
drone and player. they would wait there until they're ready to go for a final commit. That entire structure, knowing exactly where you're going to be going,
Mhm.
is something that I need to see shown by these teams before the end of the series. Otherwise, whichever team can do it first is inevitably going to win it.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times, right, we can sum that up by saying there are four dimensions in Siege: left, right, up, down, and time, right? And a lot of times, the way that we talk about time is just in terms of staging. And I think that's a very valid way to sum it up. You have to understand where the staging is, you have to understand where your teammates are in the staging, and you have to understand how to move from one stage to the next. Now, let's actually talk about these bands for a second, though, because there's a lovely Brit on the board still who I'm sure we're going to see during this map.
That's the
Uh,
thing, though. Thatcher isn't necessarily required to be banned on a map like Villa, where what capabilities does he really bring? Where he's not as potent. It's not like you have an exterior wall that you're watching, where I know
mm,
Maverick works better for those. But in a lot of scenarios, especially with the operators that are taken, Thatcher doesn't have as much capabilities. Of course, Thunderbird, Aruni, and Malusi and Cade. That's a lot of capabilities, so I might have to take my point back a bit more, but I digress.
I was about to say, I'd actually have to hard disagree. Simply because this is a map that is very heavily based on utility, right? I talk about it in every single one of my casts where Villa is mentioned. There are two lanes on the top floor. There's a knot at the top of red. And if you put a bunch of utility at the top of red, then it's going to be really hard to get through it. Thatcher, though, he's kind of like a cheat code. You just toss one in there, it gets picked up by, well, my disc, and nothing else there works anymore. And that shield is free. And there are no Jaeger or Wamai on the board. Um, I think that's probably why we actually see Thatcher being switched off here, rather instead to a Claymore bearing operator that is Sophia, and I think that Sophia is going to act more as their flank watcher. Traditionally, we would have a Nomad in that position.
Well, let's think about all the throwables that could be in the pockets of NOOTERS right now. We'll see all of them. 6 nades. And of course, you had the opportunity to go for a few flash charges on the side of Ashes. I believe that is their other characteristic or other
Not
throwable
anymore.
utility.
It is
Not
now a
anymore.
flat place.
A flat place, as in they can only take claymores.
No, a flat place charges, soft reaches.
Oh, soft reach.
Yeah.
I've never heard that term before. Flat place. Ooh,
I don't
that's
know. I
weird.
heard it. I heard it on the EUL, so I don't know.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah,
I'm
European
not.
people
I'm
talk
not
weird. I
used to
don't
the
know.
language. I'm not used to the language across the pond. I think that's excusable, but what's not excusable is Louise,
I was
someone who
gonna
we
say.
saw the very first map on Clubhouse go almost, I think, 5 rounds at least without dying. Will be the opening pick here on Villa and our third map of the series. So it can really show you how the turntables have turned.
Yeah, I was gonna say you may not be loose to the dialect across the pond, but I can tell you right now, Luis is definitely not used to bullets in his face. He dies from that, and now suddenly we're in a 4v5. Neuters having a pretty strong grasp on what they're trying to do. Now, this is the exact moment that you were talking about in the pre-round, right? We're talking about staging, we're talking about getting these side quests, if you will, and really making sure that all your players are in position before you start moving on to the next stage in the round. And that's exactly what they're doing. They've brought all of these grenades that you know they're going to use them. They're going to be tossing them all up below, and the defender's going to have to be watching their feet, or else they might find them removed from their bodies.
I like these vertical holes being established in games. And we taught, and as you said, it's a side quest that you're gonna have to deal with. Silent gonna go for the nade, gonna trickle off the top, not even gonna make a hole, no damage done either. With a minute 10, all the players on NOOTERS have established some sort of control, but the actual push towards site has not actually been established. We see Zofia of Storms making their way, pushing in for main stairs, as well as a split push. We see the Ash of Snake over on the side of Statue. So within the snap of a fingers, and it's going to come down to NOOTERS IGL making that call, we should see a full-on collapse on site, and that will be exactly what we see come into fruition. Snake and Gunner to find kills, all of it up to Milano. They'll deny the flawless round. With 38 seconds to go, they'll be able to find
Oh
a
my
second
goodness.
kill. Pistol out in hand. They've completely secured the entire top of
Oh my
main
goodness.
stairs. A triple kill from Milano.
Oh my
Make that a quad. They're coming up huge. They have to find one more kill for the round. Gunner left on a sliver of HP. NOOTERS almost having the round taken away from them, but Gunner to shut it down.
Oh my god. One more bullet when he made his rotate through that top library hole. would have ended that round. Milano going absolutely ballistic during that round. Goodness gracious, I couldn't have said it better myself. Nearly ending NOOTERS' entire beautiful, perfect, flawless round. Death Gunner, thankfully, finding that last kill and cleaning it up. And we're actually going to be seeing a return to Aviator games despite the effectiveness of NOOTERS at clearing that out last time. Which, might I mention, kind of odd that Belusi was the last player alive, considering normally the player on top red is the first to go.
I think that really comes to the idea of how exactly they're pushing from red stairs. They were getting into key positions. Main stairs was where there's a lot of utility being based. You saw the smoke canister being detonated where there wasn't any 90
Mhm.
pressure yet. So why would have a red player be cleared out? And that did come back to bite them a bit because you see why red is such a clear pivotal position because they weren't able to get a 2v1. It was
Right.
oftentimes a constant 1v1 v1 and that was a 4 1v1s until the fifth. The ace clutch, so very close, was shut down by Gunner, who was able to just use that long 1.5 scope, and it could have gone either way at that point. I think that's the scary thing, that we saw Milano have enough health that if it wasn't a headshot, anyone's game.
Yeah, no, I mean, in all honesty, yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, that was just as close as it gets, right? These key positions at the top of the the top of the main and top of the red stairs. There's lots of 1v1s, and these players, well, that's kind of where they end up. Luis looking for a spawn peak, not actually going to find anyone. That was actually Milano elsewhere on the map who did find a spawn peak. That's going to be Snake off the board, and well, while that is Ash, so not the most important operator to have. Definitely still going to be a little bit of a nuisance having to continue on with the rest of this round in a 4v5.
We see a really different push this time come out from New Neuters where they're really centralized around this statue hold. But why is there all these reinforcements? Oh, Gunner, careful, careful, careful. You hear someone on the other side, but why is there all these reinforcements on the extension towards the north side of
Destroyed.
Villa, but
Oh,
nothing being held?
oh,
Oh my goodness, CZ, you know how to flick, don't you? That's a small magazine, and you really just made it work. Storms is going to be able to rotate out of the line of sight of all of Thorn's gadgets, but these remaining two players of Storms and Trist have a lot of work ahead of them if they've just been picked apart time after time from this defending Arial Arise roster.
yeah, Nooters is looking a lot less confident now than they were at the last point in the round, and was a very, very different take than what they performed last time. I think they were expecting Ariel Arise to adapt a little bit more to what they did last time, move some more utility around, maybe even move some players around. But I think Ariel Arise probably just read it fairly early on with all those spawn peaks. Another player down, and it is up to only Storms, who does manage to find one to hopefully finish out the round without dying, and he finds a second. Suddenly, this looks, well, I don't necessarily want to say easy, but doable. Is a 1v3 is definitely a lot better than a 1v5, especially when you've got 70 bullets in your pocket. Now, he does have the diffuser, and he has to start making his way onto the site, but can he actually penetrate the site here without walking directly into a crossfire? I think not. It is going to have to be a very aggressive swing onto this Legion, or else he's going to be forced to take two. He has to find one of these kills first, and with that swing, unfortunately, Malusi is right there waiting to actually take him out personally. He does actually manage to make his way behind the vault door, though. That allows him some opportunities to take ones, but the player from behind the bar is going to finish his life. And that is going to be the round in favor of Ariel Arise, and now we move ourselves on 1-1.
Yeah, very interesting grounds. Easy to find a really clean triple kill there, and it seems like this is turning into a game of clutches and performances where Gunner had the time to shine there, and they came very close, but it was just a matter of which direction they pushed from. It was a very hard angle because there was three different people watching that same different route in, whether it be indirectly where they have to swing out, but regardless, once you get into a key point, that's three different line of sights that you're going to be vulnerable to. So I normally don't support the team going back to a site they just lost, but Ariel Arise provided a very, I don't want to say different approach. It was just they did it right. They shut down Newt Neuters before they could be established, and Newt Neuters seemed to change a strategy that worked really well for them, where they established control, but there was no vertical. There was no reason for Ariel Arise to feel a lot of pressure within their own site.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, I mean that's pretty potent, and I think as well. This once again, it's the theme of the night. It's pacing, right? Ariel Arise was able to maintain control of the pacing. They said this round is going to go really fast, and Neuters are like, "Wait, it's not supposed to go this fast. Slow down," right? That whole concept that we talked about, where Neuters very comfortable sitting back and just making sure everyone's in line. But Ariel Arise is not going to let that happen. Their aggression is going to be a thorn in the side of Neuters for as long as this map continues.
Now, we talked about structure earlier on, or at least I brought up structure at the start of the map. In this case, we saw Neuters have the resemblance of structure, but when you were to actually cut into the cake, it looked like it was full of air. There's no substance, nothing to really go off of. That was demonstrated by the Nook, even where there was no drone to help them out. Now, Silent is going to be looking to change that, as they do have Trist or possibly Gunner or even Snake joining them in. That's 3 players. Ironically, it Storms as well. All this information being collected onto this statue and trophy site, and it's going to be just a matter of how well they are able to get into the position. Now, the push is underway with inside bedroom closet, and it's just a matter of, are they going to jump in? Well, what about C4s? They cleared down below. There's your little side quest, not worrying too much about what's going on. Have they droned out the mute? That's a good question, because they could have that jammer. All these different variables you have to account for all come into fruition, but it's going to be Gunner to find that opening kill, looking to stack onto more.
Once again, it's going to be Warden off the board first, and a second kill by Gunner as well. I thought for sure the Mossberg wins that, but Gunner instead proving that he might just be a little bit better, bobbing and weaving his way and trying to prove that his mechanics are once again still better, taking this fight onto CZ. Now, that is a very long fight to be taking with, I mean, honestly, either of those weapons. And it's not one that you really need to take with either of those weapons either. I mean, you can kind of just let them hang out there. You've got players below. Just wait for them to flank up the red stairs. And then, you know, at that point, it is good night for CZ. But a little bit of pressure here and there obviously doesn't hurt. Milano, though, gonna find one before getting taken out. That was an aggressive play, but works out a little bit in their favor, as Ariel Arise really needs to start finding some picks here if they want this round to go in their favor at all.
44 seconds. They don't have as much control as they want.
Ooh.
Beautiful shot from CZ, as they've retaken, or at least made a stake in the different territory below the site. Luis to find one to Silent. Luis to find 2 onto Trist. Now all left up to Snake. They'll be able to down that Wamai player, and CZ's rotated back up from red stairs, and they've made their way towards that trophy doorway. There's no information. Snake will be able to confirm their downed kill, recover that diffuser, but they don't know where that thorn is. Careful with your plant. Where is the information? We saw such a good early drone game. They'll hop right off, but it's easy to maneuver right around the bomb chassis to collect onto their second kill on the round, and also the second round for Ariel Arise.
Yeah, I think the drone placement probably failed them a little bit there. Neuters had a very one-dimensional attack. I mean, I guess technically speaking, it was three-dimensional. They did get the players below. They managed to clear out the players from there as they needed to. They used their nades to try and find a couple other picks, but that was really about it. Like, where really is the pressure, right? They don't really have to pay that much attention to the players playing below, even with the nades flying up, because I think they all just kind of stood on things, things that, obviously they couldn't nade through, right? And so at that point, once you have these players with a stronghold on the top red position and you're not doing anything to pressure them out of there, I think that's where the round went. Especially because Neuters, I mean, from very early on, seemed like they were just not planning on touching that. They didn't have any drones over there. And as you mentioned, good drone work at the beginning of the round, but not good enough, not complete enough, I guess I'll say, is they didn't have the drone where they needed at the end of the round, and there was a huge gap in their attack leading into the execute.
There's some primary foundations in droning that I think need to be addressed. Information is only good for 3 seconds, and then I say it's old info. So I'll give a call and say, Mozzie was seeing on statue old info just to give you an idea of where they could have rotated or where they should have rotated. But this is a very hard game to predict. There's a lot of random chaotic variables that are just not accounted for. And that's the problem when you see teams that go for these aggressive pushes. Now, Sledge clearly sees the hole. The spray out will actually net no damage towards the attackers, only Ambi taking that tiny sliver of HP off. But it leaves that question of, well, you have the information, you have to act on it. And late round, especially the initial fragging operators, they're looking to have their drones and use their drones to get into a key position, either flank watch or in the site, to give those late key round informations. Like red stairs, I almost say there should always be a drone on red stairs, which would have
Mhm.
cut that entire flank from CZ and possibly changed the round for Nooters.
Yeah. Speaking of acting on information, I mean, look at the way that the players have rotated. They've put themselves, and I say the players, Arial or Eyes, right? They have put themselves in slightly more defensible positions, expecting this push from the south over, and CZ, being in a very uncomfortable position, is just going to have to fight his way out and not going to be successful. Yeah, he is going to lose his life there, but he did manage to waste a whole minute. But as I was mentioning, that is acting on information that you got. Yes, that spawn peak wasn't successful, even losing a little bit of health off of that, but you got the information you needed to adjust your hold. They said, oh, we don't really need to hold top floor so much if they're going to push like that. We can kind of hold this sort of horizontal extension instead. And that's exactly what we saw. These players, I mean, look, there are no orange silhouettes on the second floor. There are
Yeah,
literally
I
none.
think you narrated that perfectly. As we even saw Ashton say, "Oh, should I go up to the second floor?" No, nobody's up there. Why did you do that? It made very little sense. And this single-sided push is quite obscure. It seems a little bit strange to see Silent to
Oh,
go for that sort of push, but it's not too strange for Gunner to not use their gun, as they will use that fragmentation grenade to great effect, eliminating Ashen. Next to fall will be Louise on that Malusi, and it seems like the entire push on the side of Ariel Arise has the entire defense of Ariel Arise has just come alive, and it's a back and forward battle with a 3v1. Neuters made their way onto site. It's all left up to Milano on the pulse, pistol out in hand, as they might have actually taken the shotgun, but it won't even matter. Gunner finally using their gun will be able to spray through the wall and find that lonesome defender.
yeah, very lonely. Lonely Pulse, only a shotgun and a pistol in hand, and unfortunately, that's just not a very fun situation. 2-2, and that's honestly probably about where I expect it to be right now. I mean, both of these teams have gone through a lot to get here, proven their mettle, and now it's just time to prove it one more time. And both of them are going to be fighting their absolute best as we continue on. And we are moving back to Aviator Games. This will be the third time that we've seen it. During the first two rounds, we saw it. And moving on to this round as well. And we're actually going to be seeing a Flores. I'm curious as to what that speaks to what they're planning on their attack. They have an ace, so I think they are actually expecting the site. They have also brought a snake. A snake. They have also brought a Twitch who is being played by Snake.
Wow.
I'm
Twitch.
sorry.
I'm like, oh, I'm wondering, where's this going?
They brought a
I'm like,
snake.
I wish I just had some popcorn to eat. I'm like, oh, they brought a snake? I'm like, where? Oh, that's pretty interesting. Ooh. I went right back to being the spectator booth. I'm like, oh, I'm like a little kid. But regardless, preparation phase is over. Wait, what?
Yeah, prep phase is over. They brought
Wait,
Mace.
what?
They're expecting this. I think, well,
No,
wait,
no.
what are we looking
I
at?
feel like, I don't know why. I feel like I just saw Cade switch to a smoke. Like there's a weird animation. I'm gonna have to go back and clip that. I think I'm losing my mind. It look.
Dude, first they're bringing snakes, and then we have defender repick. This is. Did someone put something in the water? I mean, goodness. But no, I was trying to say, Flores utility. We've talked about how there's utility, and yeah, there goes the Flores drones. Exactly, trying to clear out this top main where Milano managed to make a stronghold during the first round and nearly made a comeback. However, that first pick by CZ is going to make it just that much more difficult for Nooters as they've lost their only hard breach operator.
I feel like we've said that just one too many times for it to go unnoticed.
Yeah.
Your hard breach operator should never, ever, ever be the first to die. You got to protect them at all costs. You can't put yourself in a position to be just vulnerable. You have to wait. You should be on your drone at the first part of the round or getting it back towards you, especially with the repick different capabilities. I have to wonder, why are these different hard reach pushing up? And Trist, you haven't gotten a kill to your name. Take a second, let it breathe, my friend. I have been there more times than you know. Like, honestly, there's a reason why I'm in the caster booth.
Oh, felt that. No, there's a reason my name is Coach Yali on Twitter. But in any case,
Shameless plug.
yeah, excuse me. But in any case, yeah, we're down to a 2v4. Louis finding another pick, bringing us there, but a
Ooh.
beautiful shot by Gunner, going to bring us back to a 2v3. This is definitely still possible. Both the AR-33 and the FMG, very capable weapons when put in the hands of the correct players. And honestly, these players have made it this far. They are probably the correct players. Now, Loot Silent looking to make an aggressive play, find his way onto the site, as I think they actually know that there are not very many players on the site. They really need to collapse here now and start taking this map control, or else this could be difficult. And Def Gunner is going to find a second, or rather a third, for his triple kill on the round. And now suddenly there is enough control for Loot Silent to start considering a plant. Def Gunner needs to watch study, though. And with 30 seconds left on the round, there's still plenty of time where the defenders start making their way around. But a beautiful nade by Gunner for the fourth, and a final kill with the AR-33. That is going to be the round in favor of NOOTERS, putting us 3-2 in their direction.
Yeah, Nooters taking the round advantage, and I think that came from, while we were rambling on about snakes and defender repick, they weren't dilly-dallying. They weren't making needless conversation. They were getting to key positions throughout the map, and I think Gunna really highlighted that from the 4 kills they got within that round. Although I don't know if it was 4 or 3, as we saw in multiple occasions with the Flores and the Nook shooting towards the same thing. But hey, the HUD doesn't lie. It never has, never will. That was a joke.
That's
It
a
always
lie.
does.
Yeah.
But regardless, they did a great job getting to key positions. And as you said, they're like, why are they taking site? And as you said that, they began their approach. And it was very reminiscent of that very first round. We're on exactly planes and games. Nooters isolated all the defenders. They weren't comfortable holding and staying on site, and it gave them freedom to just say, all right, 3, 2, 1, go. Where everyone's in position. Everyone knows their job. If you were to say, all right, let's go when we practice around, all the attackers get into position. You're all ready to push into sight. You have so many different options. You maneuver the defenders in 9 out of 10 rounds. It should go the way the attackers, because they've completely split the site up or understood how it's going to go, and vice versa. If the defense knows exactly how the attack is going to line up and have properly done their job of making it so the attackers don't have the routes that they want, then those rounds 9 times out of 10 should go to the defenders.
It's kind of an interesting thing to point out as well, right? I have not personally talked very much about this, but basically, the defender's job is to waste time. The attacker's job is to disrupt the defenders, right? That's a very simple way to put it. But at the same time, with what you just mentioned and with the way this meta has kind of been turning around on its head, it's kind of becoming the defender's job to start disrupting the attackers. We see that over and over again. The defenders win when they make the aggressive plays, control the pacing, when they make the attackers question what they're doing, right? And I think that's very interesting. Another thing that I think is very interesting is the fact that we're looking at a Boss G ACOG right now, and the fact that it's successful. CZ finding the opening with the SMG-12, put it down with the Boss G, but Gunner gonna trade it out fairly quickly, and that is your smoke off the board. Ashen, you are 0-6. Your smoke. What are you doing down there?
Well, it goes both ways. Triss is also 0-4, so place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Who will get their kill first? It's a game of risk. It's a game of luck. Anyone could win, but Triss does have better odds. They are 0-4, which means they have stayed alive.
And they're alive right now.
Which is more than we can say about Ashen. So, well, I might be playing a bit of sides, but this all is statistically based. Storms, though, will not be dilly-dallying. They'll be able to get their frag for the round, but refrag from Milano, who's looking to not give up the pressure that they've just been able to put. They're going to keep applying it into these key positions. Now, in previous rounds, we saw that the players of NOOTERS solidified their control of both 90 as well as Statue and Landing. So we have to understand, how are they going to take that? Because 2 players are on the side of Study. They'll be able to collect their kill, leaving just CZ and Milano, two players who are off site. But CZ's second kill with the SMG-11, and it seems like the round once again go their way as Trist is rotating up towards Study, and it's not going to be a push through red. It's going to be a 100% commit in through the Study side that already has a plethora of line of sights established.
Now with Trist making his way up the main stairs, that is a very solid foothold for them to start making this aggressive play. If they manage to get their way into bar, they'll probably be looking for a little bit of a bar plant. And right there it is. That is the key kill that is going to allow an execute to occur, but it's taking its time. Trist, I mean, I think honestly he just didn't realize he had the diffuser, but it's going down now, and Milano has the high task of preventing the diffuser from going down. Not going to happen, but now he has 2 kills. Opportunities to make this happen, but Def Gunner is sneaky. He has made his way into the vault, and Milano is completely unaware, and Def Gunner is going to clean that up. Absolute MVP of this match so far. I mean, what is that? 14 kills, 15 kills for him? Just unbelievable.
I think that was another 4K.
Yeah.
And if you look, wait, no, that was okay. I got mixed up because I know that Trist was on the ace just moments ago, so I started to wonder. I'm like, oh wait, this is interesting. I thought that where it's a big switch up where we were expecting either the ace to be a role in the background, but Trist just picked that roll up, got the walls open. They did their hard breaching capabilities. I believe they droned their teammates out, and even after that, I am a firm believer that the most efficient players to not need drones are not fraggers. They're the most dependent in all reality. It's the clutch capabilities of different support players. A player who's actually supposed to be on NOOTERS is quite famous for this, where we've seen Pengu actually take on that smoke roll, that Montang roll, and come up absolutely huge, all off the fact that they know exactly how to make information for themselves, how to work off just solely audio cues, and how the other team should be playing.
Now, you mentioned this operator, and this is a complete and utter tangent, and I want to acknowledge that like right off the beginning, but an actual like real life French person told me how to pronounce Montaigne.
Montaigne.
Hey, nice. That was beautiful.
Ben, je peux parler en français.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
It is a Canadian
I am
Contenders
no longer.
League, but you have to expect for me to understand to talk like a Québécois.
I no longer feel
je suis
comfortable
Canadien.
here. I am no longer comfortable here. Mom, take me home. But speaking of not being comfortable, oh, that is a huge horizontal extension, and well, it's not going to pay off. This is going to be a less huge, very direct fake. And no, that is immediately going to be a shield off the board simply because there's no player playing there. Trist looking pretty upset at that, pretty forlornly witnessing the shield finding its end. And now,
it's quite sad.
Yeah.
But like, look, like when you put external castle barricades, it doesn't work the way it used to. There's attacker repick. They say, oh, barriers outside. Oh, let's take a sledge. Oh, we got a Flores. Let's take a Flores. It's the attacker repick completely negates the effects that you would normally see from an external castle barricade, where the 6 pick doesn't exist. Gunner, though, will be able to make good on continuing to go absolutely berserk. 17-2 for the round. Snake for a run out. Oh no, he'll get hit by the Claymore. But a phenomenal early round from this side of NOOTERS, that they've been able to collect onto 2 key frags of Flores and Zofia, eliminating a lot of different frag potential.
A lot of frag potential off the board, but I mean, Ashen has his opportunity now. He's carrying the AK-12, the gun with the most DPS in the game, and he seems to be fairly aware of what is going on around him at this time. Milano as well, though, although not aware enough. The flank by Loot Silent going to end his life, and another beautiful shot, taking out CZ, leaving Ashen alone. Now he definitely has an opportunity. He finds himself in a 1v2, aware of where the Mozzie at least was, and hopefully going to be looking to start making a play here. He has to get aggressive. He has to be able to isolate these ones, or else Storms is going to end up taking his life for him. This is a tough situation. And now, especially since they know where he is, it's going to be more difficult for him to isolate his ones, but he's able to do it. Now he's in a 1v1. He has the diffuser. He's going to start making some noise. Oh my goodness, I thought Ashen was going to get that, but he is unable. That's a triple kill for Mozzie. And NOOTERS take another round. That is number 5 moving on to the defending half.
Man, they got their frag. They no longer have the donut. Now we got to turn our attention towards Trist. Ariel Arise got their frag. Now you got to do it too. Of course you do. I don't know who has a better KD. Actually, yeah, obviously, on the side of I think it was Ashen, they do have a better KD now that they have one on the board. But I digress. We do have a round to really talk about and really figure out exactly what's going to happen because we've seen two clear differentiations. That was the first round of attack. Neuters were able to hold their defensive end, but it came really, really close. Where it seemed like they overextended in some areas, and small adaptations from aerial arise, cross angles being established, proper drone work downstairs, really would have made a difference and shaped the round that we could so easily see a 4-3 scoreline instead.
Yeah, it really seemed like they were aware of Mozzie that whole time, but then I guess they just weren't. They never droned the rat position, and that's the way the cookie crumbles, my friends. It's all about drone work. As an attacker, they're really something that you have as an advantage over a defender, right? We have two big things, those being attacker repick, and we have drones. Drones being these cameras that you can send anywhere you want, gather whatever intel you want or might need, right? And the defenders just don't have that luxury. So being able to effectively use your drones is what allows the attackers the opportunity to equalize the score and hopefully, I mean, this is speaking assuming that we're still at a defender side of meta. The jury is still out, but hopefully equalize the score and find your victory.
This is interesting from Snake. They got their frag, a very good aggressive one onto Ambi. There's your Maverick off the board, leaving Ashen to do all the hard work, duties, and a jump. Oh, they got their kill! Snake!
Oh, wow.
Well played, my friend. They'll be able to snag their second kill on the round before getting refragged by the ace of Ashen, who now has 2 kills to their name. But I cannot fault the ace player there. That was just a brilliant shot from the aggressive Malusia. There's nothing left to be said.
Yeah, brilliant shot. That's about it. But Ariel Arise looking to cause a little disruption, and we have this vertical interplay that we saw from NOOTERS during their attacking round of the site. But it's not really as effective in this case. I mean, yes, Easy does have those 2 nades in hand, but NOOTERS had 6. That's a couple. That's a lot of dislodging defending players from their positions. And, well, looks like instead we're just going to be seeing a more traditional, how do I put this? Astro side push. A little bit coming out on red too, but there's ace off the board. That is going to make it a little bit more difficult for them to build this web style attack. And while that trade does go through due to an aggressive play by Gunner, this is still a very difficult situation, being able to convert your attack from the first floor up to the second floor. I mean, unless they all rotate all the way to main stairs, which honestly, it looks like they might, they're going to have barrels staring them down as they try to make their way up the stairs. And that's just not a fun situation for you to be able to penetrate through.
Yeah, there's a lot of spots that they have been checking. You have the information on the thorn. They're looking around. CZ, I'm sorry, but it's above you. It's on an indestructible surface. They're actually going to pick it right back up. So good job from Silent. With 40 seconds, there's a clear stall out on the side of Ariel Arise, but that is quite justified. It may be a 2v3, but there hasn't been too much established. Of course, Louise forced to rotate up into bedroom to recover the case. They have the crossers lined up because of that slow ADS time of the LMG. With all this pressure building up, they'll spot out the Zofia. The higher fire rate from Silent could be what decides this gunfight, but it's a split push from CZ. It's clear their intentions are going to be for Statue. Rotating out, they'll find one, unable to find a second as Louise will swing out, looking to find 2 more. They have 8 seconds to be able to go for this plant. Exploring that Banshee wub. It's going to be trickling down. No defenders are choosing or opting to plant as they won't even go for the plant. No time. Time trickles down, and you mentioned it earlier. Defenders just have to play the clock, and that was brilliant done by Newt.
Brilliant indeed. I mean, just at that last moment there, moving their way back into high defensible positions, as well as earlier in the round, right? Being able to control the pacing of the round, make sure that Ariel arises, having as difficult of a time as possible actually setting up their attack. And, well, that's exactly what we saw with that ace going off the board. I think that pretty much sealed the round because that eliminated their ability to set up their attack in this web style that they had going. and ultimately just kind of dismantled it in a way that seemed irreparable. And we are moving on to dining room and kitchen, and we see the traditional pulse pick. I say traditional, being that,
It
well,
is.
pulse is
It is
always
rather
broad. Yeah.
traditional. It is for good reason though.
Yeah.
Where that cardiac sensor can, it's literal wall hacks where you can see on the other side of that wall, you can see above you. And if we look at the actual lineup being brought on the side of Newt Neuters, let's count together. 1, 2, 3, 4 C4s.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God.
goodness, that's 4 C4s that are going to be lined up trying to stop any vertical play. Notoriously, Newt Neuters went for more of a horizontal approach to the site and really focused a lot of different disruption around those red stairs. But it doesn't change the fact that Arial Arise did look to be set up to go for a different, more vertical approach. And these operator picks off the Thermite to the Lion, off the Amaru, it's a clear indicator that this is going to be a very aggressive approach from above. The Sledge, the breaching charges from Ash, and the breaching charges from Ace. But there's a lot of room for variation.
That nitro barely missing, not going to do any damage. Not exactly what you want if you're Storms. You need to wait just a half second longer, but he's also going to be spotted out. Now, here is a sort of a contradiction to what you just said. This is actually looking pretty horizontal so far, at least from the likes of Twitch and Lion, who I think are kind of this split distraction, applying a little bit of split pressure to make sure that there's not too much on the top floor. But, well, do they need any players on the top floor? Like you mentioned, they have 4 C4s and a pulse. I mean, it's going to be difficult to find your footing on the top floor with that many C4s. You're going to be running around like a chicken with its head cut off.
I think that's a really good analogy where I think that chicken with their head cut off is what I'm going to start calling any player that just clicks the shift key and runs when they're not supposed to. It's very important to keep that gun up and be ready and to be very aware of how you're vulnerable when you get on your drone, as it is the most vulnerable state in the game. That's going to be 2 quick kills in succession for Newt Neuters, bringing the man count down to 5-3. Delano, have they droned out the Legion? No, they have not. What is happening to Arial Arise? The structure, the foundation, I don't know what that is. And clearly Arial Arise have no idea what that is on the round, as every single push, I feel like I'm watching 5 NPCs not work together. There's no structure behind it. And that's going to be a flawless round for Newt Neuters.
Much like there is always a bigger fish, Newt Neuters are going to swallow Arial Arise whole on that round. 7-2 on this map, putting them onto, well, not match point, but what could potentially be the final map of this matchup. And goodness gracious, what a huge map it's going to be. Chalet, traditionally attacker-sided map, who, well, might have gotten a little bit of a buff, if you will, based on the fact that we now have attacker repick. We now have a lot more flexibility on the side of the attackers, but also the defenders also have a lot of new things to work with. I know recently I was watching some NAL, and actually Master Bedroom was doing quite well. So really curious to see how that map ends up playing out.
Yeah, it's constantly changing. That's one of the fun things about adding new maps into the pool. But we will be looking to expand upon what we've seen already. Each one of these maps, they've been arranged in a great format. Club was a great introduction to set foundations. Oregon built on the idea of roaming and getting behind your opponent. Now on our 3rd map, we've seen that Villa has forced these teams to have more structure and have an idea, a clear narrative of their push. So when we put all of those together into this map of Chalet, it's going to be a real test to see if Newt Neuters have gotten just too much of an advantage, or if they've been able to slow things down just to the point where it's anyone's game. If Arial Arise is going to be able to pick up where they've left off. But before we get there, we're going to take a really quick break, run to the bathroom, get your popcorn, as we'll be right back with some Chalet CCL action.
Yeah. Shawty loves it, loves that I'm a dog. They don't want it, they scared of what I know. Told you the budget, I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get this here, 7 plus on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah, I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. Yeah, I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Yeah. Manifest this here, 7 plus on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah, loves that I'm a goat. Yeah. Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah, loves that I'm a goat. They don't want it, yeah, they scared of what I know. Told you the budget, yeah, I gotta get my own. Shout out my bros, this right here deserves a toast, yeah. A lot of people back home on my back and they know. Trying to get them online, cause the people I know. Manifest this here, 7 plus on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah, I'm on the way, tell them I don't play. Yeah, I'm on the move, trying to get my pay. I might just move on and watch and pray. Yeah, I'm on the way, I'm on my way. Yeah. Manifest this here, 7 plus on the ropes. They ain't doing this shit, tripping over my flows. Yeah. Shawty loves it, yeah, loves that I'm a goat. Yeah. Look left, look right, and I come with a hook right. Hook right. This what the angles look like. Way up, stood high, taking the view when it look right. And oh, it's the good life, whipping the sauce when I cook like. Look left, look right, yeah, come with a hook right. Hook right, make all the man them look twice. I'm way up, stood high, but I've been in the field like Suge Knight. And they know this took time, this what a legacy look like. This what a come with a come with a
Welcome back. My name is Binks. I'm joined by Yali, and I'm all out of languages that I know how to speak. But luckily, these teams are not out of maps they know how to play, as we're going to be going spiraling towards Chalet in just a quick second.
Yeah, moving on to Chalet. We're moving into the French Alps. Once again, still very uncomfortable with the fact that you know how to speak French, but it is what it is. Now, I will say, you know who else is feeling really uncomfortable right now?
Ariel Arise.
Arial Arise. Yeah, we have moved on to Series Point. This is Chalet. This is our third map, and this is NOOTERS with a 2-1 lead over Arial Arise at this point. Now, if they don't manage to, Arial Arise doesn't manage to bring it back here, could be a very upsetting situation for them. Now, they won't go home empty-handed. I believe it is 25% of the $1,500 that would be going their way, but they'd be missing out on the 750 that could be going in the direction of NOOTERS instead. So they are going to be playing their hearts out. As well, who doesn't want that money? I want that money. Do you want that money, Binks?
Oh, I love that money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'd never say no to it, but a lot of these teams aren't going to say no to a challenge. As Thatcher finally banned, as the operator was notoriously left out in the previous map and was
True.
taken. Finka, who has been, I wouldn't say a mainstay, but it's not unexpected to see that she is banned out. But Ariel Arise doing the banning this time rather than NOOTERS. So it's a question of, will Ariel Arise go for a more particular or different ban on defense, or are we going to stick to the norms?
Well, there's Valk. Makes sense on this map. I mean, Valkyrie can be very potent just in terms of, I mean, allowing the defenders to have access to information. Like I mentioned before, the fact that attackers have drones is one of the things that gives them an advantage over the defenders. But with Valkyrie on the board, well, there's a little bit less of an advantage. Mira as well going off. Mira can be very powerful for building a stronghold up around library because, well, that's an important position. Believe it or not, mezzanine being one of the key positions for both master and bar. So yeah, there's a good reason to be seeing Mira off the board during this map.
Yeah, I think she's a very potent operator, and
Oh no,
we
now
we
I got
see.
you saying potent.
What do you mean? I always say potent.
What? Oh,
Well,
potent.
regardless, I'll digress on saying potent, potent, potent. But regardless, I think that if we look at the different bans, I think Finka, in my personal books, is going to be one that affects the attacking team so much because we see these early engagements and that ability to just use that adrenal surge to boost your team right back up to full health.
Hmm.
It rivals the same way we see Gunnar opting to take the. Uh, okay,
Thunderbird.
I want to quickly. I'm sorry, I have to digress because look, you can see Vigil to
Wait,
Thunderbird. Why did wait? What?
wait, what?
I know they were Thunderbird the entire time, but that's exactly what I mentioned last time with the Cade. There's no six pick. What are we seeing?
Well, I
Just ignore it. Just ignore it. It will all go
all
away
right.
soon. It will all go away soon.
go
we,
away
we can
soon.
go back to focusing on the round and just really understand what the different implications for this defense are, like the different extension. We could talk about Gunner getting aggressive, going to the second floor with their comrade of Snake, maybe going for a little bit of a duo roam. Meanwhile, we see Silent also on the Oryx. So 3 players off site for basement opens the round for a rush. But it's gonna be a matter of if Ariel Rise is gonna be able to sniff out, be able to smell it. Hey, something isn't right on site, and react accordingly.
I will say there actually is a you can really flood the site very quickly, both as an attacker, obviously, as you just mentioned, but as a defender as well. I mean, if you're playing the super extended roam, more than likely, your hatches are open. You can get back in. You can start applying pressure from both the connector as well as, yeah, right there. Kitchen hatch is open. So you can get down those places as well. I mean, there are 3 sets of stairs that take you down there pretty promptly, as well as a lot of vertical interplay capability. So, yeah, you at first instinct, you say, "Oh, let's just rush. There's no one on site." But the vertical interplay on this site can be very deceiving, and I think that is why Aerial Rise has not opted for that play.
It's a really tricky territory. Milano's
Oh,
gonna be the first to jump in. They'll fire in the opening kill of the map. Goodbye, Daddy Storms. Meek that a second as they've just continued to maneuver up. Can they
oh
find a
my
third? Yes,
goodness!
they can. Milano, once again, what is with you in these opening rounds? They'll find 3 huge kills. A drop from Gunner will be shut down by Ashton. Now stuck in a 1v5 will be Silent. They'll make sure it's not a flawless round. Finding 1 kill to the name. 24 shots left in the mag. They have to find 2 more players at the bottom of these west main stairs. Spraying out. They'll find a second. They don't know that there's one all the way entrenched. They'll spray out. Mag is completely dumped, but diffuser's down. 30 seconds to go. They have 7 seconds that they need to defuse. Louis spraying out. The Oryx having to deal with multiple different contention from all these angles. It's going to be Ambi to secure the final kill with that AK-12 as Ariel Arise secure their first round.
What a gorgeous entry by Milano. The F2, obviously being the best gun in the game, is spoken by Canadian himself. But I mean, it takes a very, very talented player to be able to find that gap, make his way into the site, and understanding, hey, there's no one in blue. I can just kind of walk in here, right? He knows there's no one behind pillar. He looks in the correct direction. I will say he almost blundered there a little bit. He put his gun down, and that was very dangerous for a second. But then he found that pick, and then the defenders, I don't know, they just weren't expecting him to be there. I think they were expecting him to push blue. But in any case, it seemed like there was just not quite enough communication on the side of the defenders to prevent that entry. But boy, did Milano really take advantage of that. And honestly, what else is there to say about that round? That 3K cleaning up the site like my janitor used to clean up my junior high. Just gorgeous, really.
Never heard someone call their junior high gorgeous, but
Well, it
that's a,
was
that's
brand
that's one
new.
that I'll add to the books. You know what? That's completely fair. With 15 seconds to go, it's going to be the second round going towards kitchen and dining. This is quite a notorious site for having an upwards extension, as you see displayed from Snake and Storms, using both a Cade Claw as well as the reinforcements to ensure that these different vertical angles are going to take a lot more utility to really get into sight. If they are able to successfully deploy any push from piano, and they're forced to these one-sided angles. And when I say a one-sided angle, I mean that you can have all these different angles watching it for as a defender that can't be contested from attackers. The moment you step into sight, you have to worry about right to your left, right to your right, above you. Oh, don't worry, kitchen doorway. That's one of the beautiful things about this chalet rework is that you have critical contention points where Villa was a map of different rooms where you have to push right on in, and the word is escaping me. Um, I don't even know, but regardless,
Yeah, I
they
don't know either.
buffer rooms. Oh my, I
Yes,
sucked
there you go.
buffering, but regardless,
Oh,
these players know exactly what's going on as they will continue to hold the second floor.
Snake finding a beautiful shot onto Ash, and that is gonna be another another piece to the negative opening for Ashen, who honestly at this point has really kind of been struggling. But Ambi is gonna find a trade pretty quickly. That is Daddy Storms himself finding his way into the grave, and now, well, New Neuter still has pretty solid control of the top floor, and Arial Arise seems to be having a little bit of a difficult time removing them from these positions. That being said, it is still fairly early in the round, and they do have quite a bit of time to get what they need to done. And oh, but will they have enough heads by the time they get around to it? Gunner making an aggressive swing and finding another kill. Now, the wall is open. That allows an entry, but there's still players above they're going to have to look out for as they try to make their entry.
Gunner's opening kill for the map is going to not really come at a cost as there is no trade attempt, and they're basically chilling on the second floor rent free. And at a minute and 5, that is quite scary, as although they have the capability of pushing into the bomb site from the main hall, main fireplace, they don't have enough control to maintain it. Once they push in, they are no longer in their territory because everything that the light touches is Ariel Arise's kingdom, and can do whatever they want to with it. It's going to take a whole bunch from I'm mixing up team names, but Neuters to really come in there and just deny anything. A triple kill now from Gunner as stats do not lie, and it's that vertical control that was aforementionedly mentioned that will come up huge for this defending rosters. They'll collect onto a 4th kill. How do you let that happen? How do you let the vertical play on a site like Dining with such small, concise angles be such a pivotal factor in a defensive win?
I mean, you said it yourself as we were moving. I mean, actually, all the way back when we were talking about map bans, this is a map that is reliant on this vertical interplay that was aforementionedly mentioned. Um, but yeah, I mean, sorry, I don't think you got it. That's fine.
It's okay. I completely missed it. I'm not going to lie.
But no, I mean, honestly, that was a very gorgeous example of exactly what we're talking about, right? There is this map control right above where they need to go through, and it is being held very solid. That is a key position on the side of the defense, and honestly, we're going to be looking at another site where vertical control can be. I'm not going to necessarily say key, but still very important. Obviously, two positions that we like to talk about here. Going to be Mez, going to be top blue, or I guess top library stairs, I should say. Both of those likely to be cleared from that library hallway window. And quickly at that, Neuters, or sorry, Ariel Arise seems to be prepared to start cleaning this up and bringing a sledge as well. Looks like that vertical control is going to be their goal.
I think the operator selection here does not lie, but once again, neither do the hips, and Snake has hips that really don't like to lie. They sway back and forward, and it's hard to tell when they're gonna peak. Thank you for getting that reference. I do appreciate that one. I'm really Shakiring up my references.
Oh,
That one didn't land, but you know what? You'll keep trying until it doesn't work
uh,
anymore. But regardless, a
Colonel
drop down
tried
from
to sneak
Silent.
around.
Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna stop now and pass it on over to you because 2 minutes 30 seconds, and the push is underway with not too much control.
Yeah, not too much control at all. I mean, a lot of pressure, but pressure does not translate evenly. Ambi, though, gonna find the opening. That's a Hibana, and that is your heart breach. Kind of interesting that that's the player that finds the opening, but in any case, it is. And now suddenly Library is looking just that much more vulnerable. Now, I do really like this sort of direct take, and yes, that is exactly what I was gonna say Hibana should be used for. Opening up that wall is gonna be important, but unless they manage to get this player out of the little cubby there, that is not going to be possible. I think, in fact, those 2 Hibana pellets were thrown out just as a test to make sure someone was there, but it's easy. Unfortunately, going to lose his life, and now a little bit more pressure coming out from the K9 window. That player in the cubby is going to have to leave, and soon enough, so will the player in mezzanine. Oh, goodness. That was good timing
Beautiful
by Ashen.
timing.
That is
Beautiful
second!
timing. Wait, what?
Wow.
Oh
Beautiful
my
shot
goodness.
by Ashen. Now
Nicely
Trist.
done.
Yeah,
Nicely
Trist being
done
the
by
lone roamer left.
nicely done by the Sledge. They did a great job of getting their 2 kills, and now Trist and Silent are gonna have to really make up for the lack of kills that we've seen. Swinging out from Milano, they'll pick up the head and have a sliver of HP remaining. All left up to Silent, and they're gonna have to find a lot of kills. Those won't even come into fruition as Luz will jump in through the window. Although they were pinged out, they just have to wait and spray as soon as they saw him. That's some beautiful reaction time. I'll give the Ash a lot of credit there.
Yeah, no kidding. Honestly, at that point, I wouldn't even call that reaction time. That has to be pre-fire. Like, that was just pure game sense, reading and understanding exactly how long that peak is going to take, when he's going to peak, and just, yeah, I mean, ton of respect for that. No, no, like you said, now Ariel Rise is moving on 2-1. They do have the attacking side, and like I mentioned, even before attacker repick, this was a very attacker-sided map. So this is about what we expect to see at this point, and this is nothing crazy. We are returning to master bedroom and office, where NOOTERS are going to be trying to make another stand. Actually, have they gone to this site yet? No, they haven't. They've actually rotated through all 4 sites.
Not gone here. You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
speaking
was
of
trying
flexibility.
I'm checking my. Like, you made me go look down at my notes. I'm like, and no, this is the ones that they have opted to not go for yet.
We're seeing
So
a quaternary site here, ladies and gentlemen. That is a
I
hard
don't know
word to say.
could we really say quaternary if like you learn that other sites aren't as good. I think Chalet falls into the type of realm where you can have a team that has where it's no longer primary secondary, it's just whatever works, and it's a really cool dynamic. But if we look at the specific setup from the side of NOOTERS, then it's clear that they are going for more of a trap laid setup where you have Thorn and Smoke. They work great in unison. Alibi as well as Wamai, they work great within their gadgetry, where if you throw something through an Alibi, it will you'll spot out the other players. And if you throw a Wamai trap, it's a really convoluted and weird way to look at it. But if a Wamai trap catches a projectile and it forces it to go through an Alibi, then it should, in theory, ping out the attacker who threw it and identify their operator.
I've never thought about that before.
I
But
didn't until that moment.
you're giving me ideas.
Me too. I'm like, oh, I just thought of like so many possibilities.
Oh my goodness. Now, speaking of possibilities, we do still have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, and there is a ton of them for the remainder of the round. Now, we are going to be seeing a more traditional solar push, and that's going to require a little bit of vertical control to remove this player from the owl position, or, I don't know, maybe just some well-placed nades. Now, run out from Snake, not going to be successful. Louis is going to find the opening pick of the round. And now, suddenly, Snake, well, that owl position is open, and we're actually... Are we seeing entry? Yes, we are. Milano is taking control of the solar stairs. And now, yeah, look at this. That is really solid map control to have on the north side of the map at this point, and it is showing Luz, Silent, and Snake both down already as, well, they're unable to deal with just the amount of map control that Arial Arise has achieved thus far during the round.
Well, if we talk about map control, we can't deny the fact that Storms is going to feel a little bit claustrophobic. And when you feel claustrophobic, you gotta get out, you gotta get some air, and that's exactly what they do. It'll connect a frag onto Ashen, bringing the man advantage back down to 1. But there's so much health that's gone on Gunner. You have Storms and Trist who are almost out of utility. Of course, you have the two different different impacts, but something else with shrapnel is going to be the nade from Louise. And 2 to 4, there's not many options, but running in with the diffuser is not the right one. A second kill from Storms. This will prompt Ariel Rise to just move into a frenzy. They need to get into this site. Cross angles attempting to be established. Sprays being lined up as Milano is just waiting. Nade will be thrown out. Diffuser has been recovered. Possibly. No, it is still on the ground inside of Master. Looking from left to right, it's just a matter of who will line up with Storms first, who will possibly take out the Wamai. 2 different swings. There's a triple kill for Daddy Storms. Looking for 4th, but it's going to be a contemporary triple kill from Louise. They'll recover diffuser with 20 seconds to go. It's all left up to Gunner, and plant will not even be necessary as the Lion on the rappel on bedroom double window will collect onto the rotating alibi.
Honestly, that standout by Wamai, by Daddy Storms himself. Just gorgeous. I mean, to have the wherewithal to understand, hey, Cade has died, but that is the map control that we need to have. And then just to get through, make the rotate into that position, despite the fact that there is a player on the big window. And then to find that triple, just gorgeous. That is what gave Nooters a fighting chance. But alas, it was not enough. Ariel Arise have taken their 3rd round, and Nooters have opted to return to the kitchen, not the basement, as that didn't seem to go very well for them last time. And I think, in all honesty, they really only had the one strategy prepared. But a little bit of adjustment here and there from the Nooters are hopefully going to lead to them finding a couple more successful rounds. In the very least, one, hopefully, on the site that they won previously.
Hopefully, speaking of adjustments, we're going to see the same thing from Ariel Rise. I know that they do have the lead, but this is the one side that they actually failed to take full control of, as Gunner went completely crazy, holding above with the alibi with the combination of Bailiff as well as her primary SMG. So what we're looking from Ariel Rise is to take control and completely monopolize the second floor. All those angles that are used are the angles that the attackers want to be used. If you allow them to keep living rent-free, then you're going to leave yourself in such a poor position that you can't get into sight. We saw it exactly displayed from Nooters just holding up above, and Trist is rotating up. We see all these different attackers. You force them down or you get your frags. It's worth it to lose 1 or 2 players if you are able to secure man advantage as well as second floor, as that's just playing the trade game.
Oh my goodness. Snake has not managed to go 40 seconds without sending himself out a window thus far. He's gonna find that, and Daddy Storms with another aggressive play. Nooters suddenly looking pretty confident on this site, and well, like I mentioned, this is the site they won previously, but 5.56, as well as CZ's magic vector assault rifle. Yeah, those are gonna be important weapons, as those are the 2 still in hand. One is going to find themselves down, but with the aggressive swing, Trist is going to clean that up. While that down player has been confirmed, Ambi is in a 1v3. With the 5.56 in pocket, he does have 3 flash grenades. He can use those to his advantage. He has top floor control, but is he going to be using his exothermic charges to apply pressure there? Well, not likely. Rather, instead, he's using it to make sure he has a way into the site, or at least a little bit of pressure, or not into the site, but rather above the site, make sure there's no one playing there like there was last time, where that vertical interplay, was so potent.
Yeah, I'm quite curious. It's a 1v3. They're not looking to make any moves, and that's probably the right bet considering that it is with 1 minute remaining. They have the opportunity. And it is going to be the C4 waiting for the audio cue. It could have been a Valkyrie charge as well, as that will be a great play, great use of information on the side of Nooters. They'll take their second round on the side of defense, and they still have the capability of obtaining a 3-3 split, but 4-2 on the defense is nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, nothing to be ashamed of at all. I mean, honestly, 4-2 on the attacking half is solid, right? That's about where Aerial Rise really would like to be. And actually, look at this. We actually are returning to basement. So
Yeah, that's no surprise, honestly. Like they have the ability to maneuver around, and they went for too aggressive of a roam last time. If they cover their bases, someone in blue, then I think that could easily shift up the way that they held it.
yeah, I mean, it's really just small adjustments like that that are going to be determinant of who ends up coming out on top here during this final round. And well, I mean, it's small adjustments like that that are so perfect. It's so important. It's on this level of play where perfection is required. A very deep understanding of the game is required. And if you don't have that, well, you're going to start falling behind. Nooters, I think, do have an advantage. They have Pengu on their team, and they've been working with him over the last month or so during the split. But whether or not that information has actually gone from Pengu's head into theirs, well, I think generally it has gone pretty well, but it's not perfect yet.
You can see a clear comparison, but if we really digress, if we really diagnose the different score lines, 7-3, New Neuter store to start to wake up, 7-3, 7-2. It's a curious instant of, are they still waking up, or is Ariel Arise just really fighting back within this map? Now that Ariel Arise has their backs against the wall, are they really starting to show up more and more? And it's a really big give or take mentality of which team has enough fuel in the tank. Let me remind you, they've already played 3 hours. This is around 3 hours of gameplay, and it comes down, you get mentally fatigued. We as casters get mentally fatigued, but regardless, it's going to be the opening pick on the side of Ariel Arise. That Twitch, once again, Louise gonna open things up on basement.
Opening things up, that's exactly what they're looking for, trying to give themselves the advantage as they move into their defending half, because without it, honestly, this could be pretty difficult. I mean, we've talked a little bit about how they want to be 4-2, just because this is attacking side, it's about where you want to be, but honestly, it could be even difficult without me matching that. There is a trade coming out. Maverick off the board, and the wall next to the wine pillar going to be opened. Two players playing behind pillar, and Cade making a misstep there. There's that fatigue that we talked about, just not quite aware of his micro positioning, more than likely due to the fact that he has been playing for 3 hours. That's going to cost him his life as well as Snake. Suddenly the execute is imminent. And while Jaeger is going to do his best to prevent it, there is nothing that he can see from there that will stop it. Milano going to finish off the final two players during that execute as, well, the plant is not necessary. The only thing that's necessary is an ARX in hand. The beautiful Arctic attachments.
2-4 split favoring the, well, it used to be the attackers, but favoring Ariel Arise. And I'm not too surprised within that. Ariel Arise showed a very good proficiency of attacking all the sites except for the hold that we saw from Nooters on the middle floor of kitchen and dining. So as they switch over to the defensive end, I need to see that they are comfortable in being able to stay. And I think this is a big thing that comes from switching from attack to defense. It's that mentality that you have to switch. You're not going to them, they are coming to you. You have to do a great job playing time and repositioning yourself. And that's why round 7 is such a pivotal round for setting the pace.
Well, I mean, yes, obviously setting the pace there, but that's exactly what I was going to say. Like, is it really the time that we're expecting to turn around and say, we can't, we have to be careful, we can't go to them, right? I mean, Chalet is already a very flexible map. There's a lot of ways to rotate around it, and being able to move yourself around is key in a lot of these rounds. I mean, yes, there are obviously key map positions. We can talk about 2 rounds in particular with the Wamai playing in that closet on the master defense as well as the kitchen defense, and Alibi playing above. Those were key positions, but I think the rest of the rounds really kind of just came down to whether or not the defenders were able to maneuver themselves effectively in response to what the attackers are doing.
I think you did say that in a really good way, where it's a matter of adaptation. But Same thing from NOOTERS, this aggressive take into the building that favored them so much in the past. I'm curious to see if it's going to be the same thing. Snake on the Twitch. What is it with these Twitch players getting extra aggressive? You have 2 drones, shock drones at that. You'd expect them to be using it more. But we've grown quite accustomed to seeing gunfights take place outside of the map, and it's going to be no exception with NOOTERS on attack on Chalet, not Cafe. I'm losing my mind. But ultimately, Gunnar get the opening pick onto Luis.
And an aggressive jump out, not going to pay off. Ashen losing his life once again as Storms is trying to find some utility for him to destroy. And actually not the utility, just that wardrobe there, which will allow a little bit of a nice angle into the site as they continue for an execute as well. If you have that open, it allows you to maintain control of most of the west main area without actually being inside it. So that prevents, or rather defenders from being able to prevent an execute from the trophy side over without actually putting yourself in harm's way too much.
And at 36, they can hear the players up above them. They know that there could be a potential library push, but that doesn't prompt CZ to run out. You have to play this very safe, keep it close. Whether or not the attackers are aware of the roaming Malusi is to be determined, but Snake sure is, and they'll line up that headshot, now leaving it up to the remaining 2 of Ambi on the Echo and Milano on the Mozzie. Great shot with that P10 Roni. The pings are coming out. Flash is there, but you can't shoot when more than one person is looking at you. That's the power of a 2v1, and a quick cleanup from Gunnar. NOOTERS will win their first attacking round, ironically enough, on that kitchen dining site, and it will be quite decisive.
Yeah, very decisive indeed. I mean, really, Arial Rise, I mean, this is exactly what I have talked about leading up to this point. I think Arial Rise is making the aggressive plays, but they are not controlling the pacing, right? This aggression is unfounded. There is nothing upon which it has to stand. It rather instead we're just seeing these aggressive plays occur, and sometimes they go in the favor of Arial Rise, sometimes they don't. And honestly, it seems like as we continue on, I mean, like you mentioned, we've been playing for 4 hours already, right? And as time goes on, these judgment calls are becoming less and less accurate on the side of Arial Rise, on the side of NOOTERS as well, but I think just a little bit less when compared to the fatigue that Arial Rise seems to be feeling right now.
I think if you're on the side of Arial Rise, it's that roll your shoulders back. There's so much at stake here. I'm doing the same thing. Take a sip of an energy drink if you have to, but whatever it takes to get your mind working. You're gonna start G Fuel. You're gonna start like it's
No,
not gonna be G.
snort.
It's called G. It's called G Fuel 2. That's what you heard it here first.
But
But
yeah,
regardless, 3 to 4, we see a different setup now. This is going to be the Games and Bar. This is a really notorious site for almost never needing to have too many of your players actually on the site. We talked about vertical extensions. This is like the textbook example. If someone said, well, when would you extend vertically in Siege? Case point, where you have such a pivotal hole. We have trench outside, but we can even look at this as trench warfare along piano doorway, where you have all this utility that needs to constantly be lobbed towards your opponents, that you don't even start to consider like these different the lives you're throwing at the utility, where it's very reminiscent of this different trench warfare that we saw in World War One, just throwing bodies, utility, trying to get that tiny bit of ground.
I really like that analogy. That was very nice. And speaking of trench warfare as well, I mean, what's classic in trench warfare? Destruction, right? Bombs. Flores going to be cleaning up that shield, and Flores, while these RCXD drones, I don't think were around during World War One, he is going to be very effective. Imagine if he was. That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, there's a reason he's banned out a lot, and it's literally exactly what we just witnessed. There was no struggle there. It was just, boom, shield's gone, and now it's going to be just that much more difficult for Arial Rise to maintain a stronghold at the top of Library Stairs.
I like that we see NOOTERS not getting too aggressive. Gunnar, who we've known is capable of getting these frags, slowing down. Really going to be using their gadget, get into key positions, and you can see the pings. I love this from NOOTERS. The structure that we talked about, hopping onto drones, being ready, knowing exactly what they need to get done. This is what we have to see, and it's working to great effect. Holes, Ambi, there's not much they can do. They're holding a pivotal position, and they're not doing anything wrong. Ambi is in the right. They should be holding this as much as they can, using all the magnets they can, and they've done a phenomenal job. A minute, they can even rotate down. Vertical control can be surrendered, and I gotta tip my hat. This has been a wonderful defense from Arial Arise and a great push from NOOTERS.
Yeah, Ariel Rise has done beautifully up until this point when two picks go rather unfavorably for them. That is Ambi and Milano both off the board, and now suddenly, while they don't have a whole lot of map control to maintain, well, losing bodies like that with Ashen as well off the board, that's not going to be favorable for you as you continue on. Storms has gone down, but in a 4v2, make that 4v1, 3v1. We're seeing trades left and right here, but that's the diffuser down as well. So CZ does actually have a chance here. He really needs to isolate these ones, and Neuters are not going to give him a chance. Swing from below is not going to be effective, but the one from above is. Like I mentioned, you must be God descended from heaven to win firefights like that. And unfortunately, while CZ is a very phenomenal player, he is not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me, Neuters know what they're doing. And I really like that push for a lot of reasons where we saw Neuters not rush. When you rush towards a strat like that, then you're just going to get mowed down by that heavy artillery and those heavy machine guns that you see on the side of Ariel Arise. But when you slow down and maybe do more of a creeping garage type strategy, I had to make a Canadian War reference. I'm very sorry. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just look up Vivi Ridge and the strategies that were used there. Um, but that's enough. No more World War One talk. We can move right on to this second floor master bedroom and office or study, depending on what you want to call it, site. What I'm looking for, Ariel Arise, is to get, I want to say, solidified control, where they know what they can and can't control. So they can go for their extension. I like the aggressive plays that they go for because they have a tendency to keep Neuters on their feet. Then as you slowly rotate back, you want to always have the route open. Once Newton just cut that off, then it's like cutting a supply line. There's no way for you to get the resources, the support that you need. It's that full structure of Ariel Arise to go, hey, we're in library. Nope, now we're in hallway. Nope, we're holding the piano. We are making our stand here in piano. I will lose my life here because they cannot get any farther.
I love that. That was well said. Now, as you move on, continuing into the round, I mean, Neuters are going to be looking to pretty much do exactly what you just mentioned. Nope, I'm in library. Nope, I'm in hallway, right? And, well, that's going to be the start of their attack. There's the player on top library stairs, as you mentioned, and Milano is going to be putting up a little bit of a fight here, but hopefully he falls back promptly. He is in that hallway, and he is spotted out. Ooh, there's some nades, some utility looking like going to be attempting to use that on him, but well, it's just this one player, and they really want to make sure that this is all clear before they start entering here. And, well, Ariel Arise has already fallen back to the site. I mean, look at this. This is going to be a very strong turtle hold. It's going to be difficult for Neuters to dislodge these defenders, but honestly, if there's anyone who can do it, it's these guys. They have the utility, they have the game knowledge, and, well, they're starting to get things rolling, taking a foothold into the site. And with a nade, is that going to catch it? No, not quite. But Ashen finding the opening pick of the round with a very aggressive position.
Great plays so far on the side of Neuters and Ariel Arises. They do have the opening pick, but look at this. Snake is looking to get into key position. They won't spot out the defender CZ, and this could be an absolutely crucial mistake. The site is up above, which means they will have to contend with Cade's C4 if they don't take and deal with this problem as they stand droned out, looking around, waiting for it. The Twitch will light up Sleazy up, finish off that kill. Great even out, and that's a late trade. As we go hurtling towards the final minute of play, this round could set everything up, as this could be the very last time we see both these teams at an even scoreline.
Now, as this person in the basement falls back, there is still, and that is Snake that I'm talking about, there's still a player downstairs, but Daddy Storm has made an aggressive entry into the bathroom. He finds one, does some damage to another, but is going to get traded out by Ashen, who has made their way back upstairs. Now we find ourselves in a 2v3 with another pick, and while Trist and Snake are doing their best to penetrate this defense, I mean, Ariel Arise is just finding very solid positioning, and with Castle back up, I mean, there's so much utility for Luis on the side of Luis and Ashen that, I mean, really, what is Neuters going to do here? They have to find their gaps, and they are going to start finding it. There is a push by Snake, but as well, at the same time, Triss is going to lose her life, leaving Snake back in a 1v2, make that a 1v1. He is in such a tough position, though. He knows exactly where he is, and Luis going to make the swing, and that's Arial Arise taking the advantage. At this point in the round, that is 5-4, and this map is already so close.
It's really coming down to the wire, and I don't blame either of these teams. They have what it takes. Ariel Arise really demonstrating some dominance here in this second half, where they've already been able to claim, I think they were at 4, so that is their first defensive win, but they have proven it possible. It proved that Nooters are able to give up some rounds. It doesn't change the fact that we have a lot of superiority on the attacking side, but Ariel Arise gets one more lucky break on this wine and snowmobile garage site, then they're on map point, and that takes us all the way to our decider of border. But that's just a hypothetical. Nooters have proven within the 2 rounds that they won consecutively on the attacking side that this is massively a different game when they're on attack. They've gotten to positions where they have the structure, they're able to drone out. But what I need to start seeing is those late game drones, the late game informations. Gunner on that Iana becomes a pivotal pick. If you know where they are, then that's exactly how you prevent a trade game, because you know which angles to be playing. I can't stress it enough. These players know the game so damn well that when they swing an angle, they know where to look next. That's why you see so many flick kills, where they get 1 kill, they know exactly where to look. And when all we can do is say, well done, you knew what you were doing. And even the players that they killed, they're like, that's on me. They knew my angle.
Yes. I mean, yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. Please turn your attention to the left side of the screen, where you will find the attacking lineup that consists of Ying, Amaru, Osa, and Glaz. Oh boy, this round is about to take approximately 30 seconds. There's going to be the opening up of the snowmobile garage wall, and while there are 2 players in blue, it's going to be very difficult for them to make any sort of headway. There are plenty of smokes on the side of Nooters, but there's a down already. Ashen is going to find Ying, and that's going to make it just a little bit more difficult. Gunner, though, looking to start making this flank onto blue. As they continue to start applying pressure there, well, it's only going to be a matter of time before this execute starts to go down.
One of the problems with not droning is going to be the fact that if you look up above, it's going to be that Amaru looking to go into the window, but they're going to have to deal with the castle barricaded immediately after. That's a great use of the Osa shield. It's going to prompt that there has to be a nitro, as Silent could possibly go for the plant, but they'll be fragged out, as well as Luis to pick up a frag. 2v5 and Ariel Riser on the cusp of match point. Glass does not have as much fragging potential as you may think. The fire rate might be there, and they might have the thermal, but it won't change a thing if you aren't able to line up your shot properly. Gunner making their way towards blue stairs. They have a lot of work to make up for. But look, the defenders have already rotated away, knowing that this key position is one that is more favorable towards the attackers. Pushing in, position given away. Gunner has the ammo, 28 shots remaining in the chamber. They'll find one. It is also Silence, spraying, trying to find a second one. SMG 11 out in hand, looking to find it. Ashen to find one. Gunner to find their second kill on the round. They'll have to ace clutch to keep Nooters in this and prevent Ariel Arise from going towards match point. Spray out. It's going to be Ashen on the K to find it. 3rd kill on the round and map point for Ariel Arise.
Honestly, where is the commitment on the side of Nooters? They knew what they wanted to do, and then they just didn't make it happen. Yes, the castle barricade was in the way, but they really let Ariel Arise reset up on the site and just say, oh, we know what they're doing. This is going to be easy to take care of. And it was, because they took their sweet gosh darn time getting there, despite the fact that it was only a couple feet. When you're making an attack like that, it requires the utmost commitment. You cannot make a half aggressive play and expect it to work. You have to make it all at once, and it fell apart the second you had that breach open and you did not have pressure on blue. You had a plan for pressure on blue, but a plan doesn't mean anything if it has not been executed.
Like, a plan is great, but if you don't follow that plan, then, like, cool, you just came up with a plan and that's all you did. It's like saying, tomorrow I'm going to go to the gym in the morning. No. I'm sleeping in tomorrow morning. That plan is not going to come into fruition. Maybe later in the day if we stay hopeful, but
I
you
always
have
go
to
to
have-
the gym tomorrow morning. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah, tomorrow just never really comes.
Yeah.
Regardless, we are now on map point for Arial Arise, where they can be pushing us towards border. They'll opt for the site of kitchen as well as dining. This is one of the sites that NOOTERS were previously able to take control of and win. That came from their superior ability to really isolate each one of the frags. We saw Arial Arise get a little bit too aggressive, and by the time it came down to a push on the site, NOOTERS had nothing to contend with.
Ariel Rise looking to make sort of a horizontal extension, and it is not going to work out. Snake finding a very early opening pick, putting Ariel Rise just under a little bit of pressure for the rest of the round. Now, that's not going to be a whole lot of pressure as they are only one round away, and well, NOOTERS has to play perfectly in order for this to work out in their favor. And with a trade like that, suddenly this is looking a lot less difficult in the for Ariel Rise. Now, there's going to be a little bit of counter pressure applied, but, well, NOOTERS are going to be taking their sweet time. They want to make sure they're disciplined. They want to make sure they have their stages lined up because they cannot afford to drop a single round.
That's an interesting predicament to put NOOTERS in, but they have been doing a great job isolating the frags. Gunnar being the one that's relegated to the bench is going to hurt them considerably if you look into the fact that he is the top frag on the side of NOOTERS and the information that Iana's Gemini replicator which can constantly be replicated after a certain amount of time, that is a really big loss. Storm's doing a great job of being able to get into sight. No, don't blow up your own Twitch drone. Oh, a little bit of cat and mouse there, but regardless, a minute 30 remaining, and it's just a question who's going to make the first act, and it might have to be NOOTERS because they haven't opened up nearly enough of the site.
And not only have they not opened up nearly enough of the site, they don't even have control above. They, like I mentioned, they are taking their time. They are playing this discipline, but perhaps taking a little bit too much time. As well, they're not going to be able to take control of the top floor at this point in time. I mean, CZ up here, playing the exact same position that we saw the Alibi playing in last time, that completely prevented any sort of push on the side of Ariel Arise, giving NOOTERS one of their only defending rounds. It's going to be difficult to get them out of here in time, but Daddy Storm's looking to make this exact same play that he made on Master, where he just very aggressively found his way into Bathroom, but with your hard breach off the board due to a well-placed Nitro, this suddenly looks way more difficult despite the even man count.
Time ticking down, dying seconds of the round. We're going to see a 3v2. Silent and Storms are going to have to come up huge. Otherwise, we're going to be going towards our final map in this best of 5. Coming down to it, 20 seconds to go. They're scrambling, trying to make a push happen. Silent jumping in from obscure windows. Where is the logic? Where is the push? 15 seconds to go. A push down Solarium stairs. Milano's well aware. It's going to be Louise and Ambi to find the kills. And Ariel Arise are sending us to our 5th and final map in the series, as Chalet was won in once again a decisive fashion.
7-4. While being the closest that we've seen so far, fairly decisive, and over again we're seeing these decisive maps. But that moves us on to Border, another map that has, well, it has been deemed attacker-sided. And might I mention as well, a map that I personally have casted NOOTERS on before. It was NOOTERS versus Achieve in the semifinals. It was a bloodbath. It was absolutely brutal. NOOTERS destroyed Achieve on this map, and honestly, giving them the advantage to pick between Skyscraper and Border is probably not the play by Ariel Arise, but only time will tell.
Yeah, we saw a very interesting, it's not back and forward as you would normally see in a best of 5. It went a win from Ariel Arise. That was a 7-3 win on the map pick of NOOTERS. That was over on Clubhouse. Then the Oregon win of 7-3. Then a 7-2 win for NOOTERS once again on Villa. And of course, that brings us back to present, the closest scoreline we've had today, 7-4 on Chalet. So we're going to hit you guys with a quick 5-minute break. CCL isn't going anywhere, and neither should you. Be back in a few.
Every time we say goodbye,
they all see that it's a lie. 'Cause we always give it one last try. Yeah, you've watched me break 1,000 times. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes, don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Happier tonight. Happier tonight. Can't be waiting for you in the morning. I'ma leave without giving a warning. I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. Now I'm all alone, 'cause you never show. You say you will, but then you don't. That's how it goes, don't wanna know. I'm turning off my mind so I get by. I just wanna be happy, happy tonight. Happier tonight. Happier tonight. Can't be waiting for you in the morning. I'ma leave without giving a warning. I'ma leave without giving a. But every time we say goodbye, we all know that it's a lie. I just wanna be happy. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Welcome back to CCL, everyone. I don't even need to do a fancy introduction. You already know who we are. I'm Binks. This is Yali. We've been bringing you the past four maps, and they've been absolutely berserk. Both these teams are proving that they want this $750 reward of the $1,500 prize pool. And oh my goodness, I got to admit, we're going to border for our final map, and I cannot be more excited to see how things shape up.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, this is a map that I've personally cast NOOTERS on, as I previously mentioned, and they absolutely demolished Achieve. The only team, one of two teams who up until this point had actually taken a map from NOOTERS. Obviously now Arial Rice has taken two out of the clutches of the favorite to win, so to speak. And real fast, just one more statistic I'd like to bring up. NOOTERS does in fact have more rounds. So looking at this, unfortunately, if I had to make a prediction, I would pick NOOTERS, but Ariel Arise is definitely nothing to shake a stick at either.
It's a really interesting dynamic between these two teams where it's a lot of timed aggression that you see from Aerial Arise and Neuters, and it's a matter of who catches who off guard. In the previous matchup, we saw the timed aggression, especially in those final rounds, where that timed aggression paid off, and knowing when to detonate things like utility, it makes a huge difference. That C4 onto the Thermite, I think that was the TSN turning point of the round. More Canadian references for our Canadian viewers. But regardless, as we go towards border, there's a lot to be looking for.
Yeah, no kidding. So Border is obviously one of the new maps. Historically, when it was in, before it got reworked, it was incredibly attacker sided. I'm talking exactly one defender sided map on the whole, or one defender sided site on the whole map. I think now it's a little bit closer, but with attacker repick, things are a little more up in the air. I think generally speaking, it is a little bit more defender sided, or sorry, attacker sided. Just based on
What to
what we've
do
seen so far.
really quickly? What to do, Trist? What to do? We've come such a long way. So many games, as you can see in the top right. Beautiful graphics provided. Once again, big shout out to Northern Arena, Tango Mango Down, Nova, as well as the owner of the league, Gooby. Thank you for being with us the entire way through. And regardless, Yin gonna be our first band, Finka being the second man, Border without Thatcher band. Ooh,
Oh,
I like the way this is shaping up.
all right. No, I mean, I already like the fact that it was Border in the first place. Gives me an opportunity to sharpen up my callouts. And now we have Mira on the board as well, or off the board. So yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting matchup to say the least. I mean, just talking about the aggression between these two teams, right?
Yeah, if you look at the way these teams have played, it's give or take, as I mentioned earlier. But with these operator bans, it's going to be a big, different dynamic of, well, who has control. And with Border, it's one of those maps where, well, do we have vertical? Pulse is someone who you've seen down below, Valkyrie, who was actually banned out. So it's different operators that give you the information you need. And I like this. I think we can see what this being an Armory Lockers and Archives hold. We can easily see either Trist, Storms, or Gunner, or even Snake play within CCTV, which is the screens room. And there's so many different angles you can play. And these teams have notoriously been great at jiggle peeking to just get that quick headshot and get right back into safety, eliminating a lot of different trade potential.
Yeah, CC is going to obviously be a very key position. If you can control CC, then you have a chance of preventing that wall being opened. But unfortunately, if you can't, that wall that will more than likely be opened, especially that we have Thatcher on the board. Ambi representing our British friend here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how it's going to shape up. And I keep saying I'm interested, but I have nothing to go on. I personally was not there at that Neuters versus
Sorry.
Achieve game. It was not a matter of I was able to witness the way they played. I am both these teams on border is a complete question mark. One thing that I am looking for Neuters to do on this defense is to ensure that they are aware of what control has been forfeit to the attackers. They're going for more of an open site, which is interesting. I don't want to see them overextend. I want to see these close angles. And Snake going for possibly a run out. Know your position, know where you're playing. Red pings even being used. When are they going to go for it? It's going to be now. And of course, CZ on the hard breach, because who else would fall? Are they getting
Oh
greedy?
my
No, it's a
God!
double kill for Snake, opening the round in a huge fashion. What is going on? Neuter showing great comfort on border.
I'll tell you what's going on. It is border. And I mean, beautifully played as well. While Loot Silent is going to go down, I mean, it's stock. He's picking himself back up, and yeah, okay. Right? He's back up. But I want to talk a little bit about this setup, right? There's two main things that we need to talk about when we're talking about defending border, and that is allowing yourself the maneuverability to make your way around the attackers and allowing yourself the ability to apply pressure to the attackers as necessary. You need to be able to identify where they're coming from very effectively, and you need to be able to actually swing them, hopefully actually hitting them, though, unlike what we just witnessed.
Well, Louise will be lit up to a sliver of HP, but with 2 minutes to go, this has been a really quick round for Neuters, and I don't see that aggression stopping anytime soon, as Ambi's already in a vulnerable position, getting sprayed at from 2 different directions. You see them flick 180 to 180. They don't know where to be looking. They're just trying to get to somewhere safe, as Silence can be the one initial pressure. Rotating, they'll find a quick frag onto site. That opens up a lot of different options this round. Now it's just a matter of Louise. Can they follow that up? It doesn't matter. Ambi to find a second one. Looking for a third. They have the reinforcement placed on the defenders to help out. Mistake with the triple kill is going to be able to find the headshot onto Ambi. All left up to Louise, who has already previously lit up. This gives Triss the option to rotate back to site, which they so rightfully have. And look at the cross angle that has been established. No Jaeger ADS to help out, but that nade won't connect, and that's the final nade and throwable utility on the side of the attackers.
No longer up to utility, and while Iana, obviously having the Iana clone and a drone in pocket, well, she's not going to opt to use it before she can no longer opt to use anything. Her head finds its way off of its body, and that's the first round in favor of Neuters, who, by the way, might I mention, look pretty stellar for a defending team on border. I mean, they seem, like you mentioned, very comfortable with this map. They have a setup that they seem to have practiced pretty frequently. And while maybe this is not their favorite map to go to, it seems like they're definitely aware of the potential of this map and the overarching meta that this map brings to the table.
If we go and digest exactly the types of pushes that we saw new Neuters go for, I after mentioned I can't speak anymore. Words are difficult, but the understanding and saying, hey, we can push right on into screens and have that cross angle. Of course, it didn't work too well, as Ambi did a great job of pressuring their way right on into oh my goodness, armory words. And once they had that control, they didn't have to worry. They used the reinforcement to their advantage, and that was a great play from the side of Arial Arise. Furthermore, what I need to see on Arial Arise is a proper flank watch. Is that really hurt? If we look, why is there no Nomad on the board? There is such a key lack of flank watch that I have to wonder, where's the watch? What are they looking for? Where is the flank? Because it's constantly going to hurt them on a map like Border, where rotations are so constantly
Yeah.
like prevalent.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also have to ask, because of the prevalence of rotations, how effective is a flank watch like Nomad really gonna be? They're just gonna like hit the air jab, fall back, and then flank from a different direction. There are a lot of different ways to rotate on this map, and a lot of people will say, well, no, it's so easy to cut off, pretty much. And while it's true, I mean, you open up one wall, you can cut the map in half, that wall being that CC wall that, not the one that we're witnessing, but the one that leads into 90 Hall. How effective does that actually end up being? Especially when you can bring an operator like Oryx. While that is not currently on the board, there's a lot of hatches, right? There's a lot of maneuverability on the side of the defenders, and Neuters are very comfortable with that. It is up to Arial Arise to arrest that maneuverability.
The minute 53. Great rotations on the side of Neuters. They are staying in a very solid position. And on a site like Tellers, you want to make sure that you have a very good idea and a good picture of where exactly the attackers are. Once you have that image, you know where you're safe, where you can rotate. But this is a very aggressive push, all in through east to main. The power behind this push comes from the fact that they don't have to worry as too many angles, and a beautiful one tap from a silent will be able to take out Ashen. That's your Thatcher. A lot of utility in sight will no longer be disabled, although there isn't too many you have to worry about. There's a second from Silent as they are doing a phenomenal job with that UMP, the worst gun in the game, shutting down the push of Ariel Arise Storms. Feeling a little bit left out, they'll find their kill. Milano hoping to make a difference, won't be able to do it as Trist also getting in on the action, forcing Ambi out on what seems like a perfect, flawless round. They'll just wait, hoping to deny one, get a free pick, and this could easily act as a tactical timeout of sorts, but Gunnar has something different to say about that.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, really, just what an effective round. And honestly, I think I love Castle on this map. That one castle barricade in the middle of that 90 long hall really arrested the pressure that the attackers are trying to apply. It allowed Jaeger to play in that aggressive position, maintain at least a sight line onto that. Excuse me.
Oh, no worries.
Maintain
You're
at least a
excused.
sight line onto that top east balcony there, which allowed them to at least prevent pressure into the waiting area. Waiting obviously being very important because that is the main entry point onto the site, which was Bathroom Tellers.
Yeah, I really like your point with the castle because of all the different lines of sights it sets up. But you really want to see on the attacking side, you got to use Gone 6. Get up right next to those barricades and get them out. Because it gives them a very big false sense of security that, hey, we have this control, but you have to understand what control does this actually give me.
Mhm.
Although I'm able to rotate around freely, in this large area, once I actually go and contend the site, what are my weaknesses from having this control and like not limiting my lines of sight? And that was displayed perfectly from the 2 kills that we actually saw achieved by the castle of, I want to say, Trist, who just held a long angle with that 1.5 UMP. Worst gun in the game, but very, very little recoil, and it's really easy to control at long distances. I don't even know if they had an extended barrel on it to help maximize their damage, but that's 2 consecutive rounds for NOOTERS and convincing ones at that.
Although he has but a small shiv, it is quite effective when applied to the jugular. That's
Never heard that one before.
that is Morgan Freeman. It's not actually Morgan Freeman. If you get it, you get it. But in any case, we're here to talk about Siege. And look at this. We're on border, right? This is an attacker side of map.
Right?
It says 4v5 at the top, but ignore that. It is still a 5v5. There have not been any picks yet. Just kidding. Trist finds one, but it's going to get traded out pretty promptly, as Snake also finds himself off the board. Now, Aruni for Ash. That seems to be a pretty even trade. I don't think the utility of either of those players really was going to play a huge difference later on in the round, but that is still the entry sort of scuffle off the board at this point. Now, Neuters they have 2 options. They're going to either bring the battle to Ariel Arise, or they're going to start falling back and protecting the map control they need. And the answer is they're bringing the battle, and it's not working out. Trist and Lude Silent both are going to be off the board fairly early on into the round.
Gunnar to pick up a frag onto Ash, and they're still on the second floor. They'll have to rotate back to site. Until then, it's going to be all left up to Daddy Storms. They'll find their headshot onto Sheezy. That means that they're going to be able to turn to face Milano, but Milano still manages to get the jump on them. If we look, Luis is off site. Sprays looking for the sledge. Shots coming out. They'll rotate into sight. Where's the assistance from your teammate? Bailiff in hand, spraying out. Won't be able to line up. Milano finds her second as Ariel arrives on the board on the final map.
Ace, what are you doing? Where are you going? Where are you going? I don't know if you saw that. Well, I mean, we all witnessed it. He ran straight into the site, right? Into the open waiting arms of a defender. And it didn't work out for him. In fact, he lost his life, nearly actually giving up the round. That is what made it even. But it still goes in the favor of Ariel Arise, the first round in their favor. And now Neuters are returning to the top floor of site that they seemed pretty comfortable on last time. And I mean, more than willing to make their way around the map, though, as they have shown us 2 other sites, and they seemed pretty well prepared as well.
As we go towards a repeat of our very first objective, which is going to be Arsenal as well as Archives, I really want to see NOOTERS have that same control, but be aware of the flaws that they witnessed in the previous round. Thatcher being able to push their way right on in and use the cover should not be possible, and it comes with different awareness from NOOTERS. On the side of Arial Arise, however, they've been doing a great job, especially in that previous round. We saw the info. Of course, it was displayed in red and yellow pings, but you only use red pings when you know that you're exactly about to push someone. You want to have really moment to moment precision. And if they're not spotting the drone, getting a red skin saying you've been spotted, it's really, really annoying. If we're being honest, it notifies the defender and it makes them really panicky in where this push is going to come from. Of course, players can often read into it and it doesn't work in the favor. It's better to have the jump on them. But in that case, there's so many different angles. They were pinched out. They cleared out all the defenders and roamers they had to. And once they didn't have to clear anymore, like the alibi forced them to rotate back to site, they were already taken full control and there was no hope.
Milano finding an opening pick that is Storms off the board, and now he is going to be looking to make an aggressive entry. Does he know that Silent is here? No, he definitely doesn't, and he's going to lose his life for it. Not being aware of his surroundings, unfortunately, is going to cost him dearly, and now that's just a little bit of map control now forfeit to the defenders, although also left very quickly is oh, excuse me, Silent.
Yo, you can catch your breath. That is completely fine, my friend. As with 2 minutes to go, Trist is still providing a very sufficient roam game. You don't need to rely on the Thunderbird still roaming all about. All the defenders are nursed up to 100 health, and you don't have to worry if they take a little bit of damage thanks to those Kona stations that really help out in any sort of matter. Nades being cooked out, and this is a really interesting concept that has been seen through the ages on Border, where if you have someone sitting behind, you can toss up a nade and catch them off guard. However, there's no drone, there's no information supporting that, as you'll actually see that on the side of Arial Rise, they've already made their way into sight. Ambi is sitting comfortably in a previous position. But regardless, 127, Plant is going down on the side of CZ. They know what they have to do. Snake to find a kill. Ambi with 2, Ambi with a 3rd. Sorry, Ashen even collecting on that. And a bunch of huge kills for the side of Arial Arise as they'll even things out 2-2. Or sorry, yes, 2-2. I'm losing my mind. I'm really trying to figure out exactly what is going on between these two players, but regardless, they get it done nonetheless, and a phenomenal push in through Armory from Arial Arise. But regardless, yep, awkward muting, but we're here, we're getting things going. I gotta acknowledge one key aspect of the previous round, and that's going to be the Thatcher. And I love it. I love Ambi's use of the Thatcher, and it was supported. Where we see, and it's so very reminiscent of the pre-Thatcher ban meta, where you'd see Thatcher Ace or Thatcher Thermite. Oh my goodness, you can never forget those days. Where the symbiotic relationship of them helping out each other, get into sight, get control, and it wasn't just the aspect of, hey, let me use your frags and use your utility. It was guns were up, they were ready to go, and the constant cross angles there.
Yeah, Thatcher and Thermite can be an absolutely deadly combo, or in this case, I guess Thatcher and Ace, as it's going to make it fairly easy for Arial Rise to at least get some sort of a foothold on the side, or at least deny some of the pressure that is attempted to being applied by NOOTERS. Now, Arial Rise up to this point, correct me if I'm wrong, has made a primarily armory-sided attack. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did see on the very first round that we had the Iana push outside of ventilation and try to get some control there. That only netted them 1 kill, and it was off a very aggressive push out, and I want to say it was either Storms or Gunner, but I could be very wrong, so I don't want to give you a specific name. It was one of the defending players. But regardless, NOOTERS are going for the same screens hold. We see a possible K trick as one will be detonated, second one will be detonated as the Cave Claw was actually exploded from those Selma breaching charges. In case you're not aware, one of the strongest things, and I've always hated about Ace, is that when one detonates, the explosion radius around it vertically just is absolutely bonkers, because disables any sort of utility that's been put, but Gunner to find a frag, as well as the counterpart of Trist. That leads us to a 5v3. Although wall is open, the push on the side of of Arial Rise has almost entirely been shut down. Push from Gunner will be able to net another kill and be to take out Gunner finally on that Cade falling to the ground, but they've gotten so many kills to their name that they have nothing to worry about. Luis once again going for a split push on the opposite side of site while their teammates are focused on Armory, but what teammates? They've all really succumbed to all of their injuries and wounds as Ambi's the lonesome Thatcher attacking.
Now, if there was anyone left to take this, well, I guess it's not Ambi anymore. Ambi loses his life immediately after I pick up the casting. But in any case, I mean, beautiful round by NOOTERS. That is the exact kind of pressure that is necessary to maintain your defense on this map. Without that coordinated aggression, understanding of exactly where the attackers are going to want to be playing, right? In the same way that an attacker might say, oh, the defenders are going to be playing here because that's their comfortable position. On this map, as a defender, you need to be aware of the attackers are going to be playing in this position because that's where they're comfortable, right? And then you have to take the fight to them. And that is exactly what we saw NOOTERS do. That aggression and understanding of where the attackers wanted to position themselves in order to give themselves an advantage was just gorgeous. It was exactly what you need in order to provide an effective defensive round on this map.
Final round before the swap. We're going to see almost a mimicked lineup. I want to highlight, if you guys could take a look over the castle, look at the route that they take. It's quite pivotal work. You're like, why? Like, oh, they're barricading from the other side. Why is that? Because they have a clear route. They have a job that they have to get done, as does every single defender during this prep phase. Where if you look at the intricacies in the setup, where there's so many different aspects that they have to worry about, and it really tries to slow down. You can see the mentality, the 3 reinforcements being placed, and this is actually a change to the setup, where the castle is actually going to be barricading walls according to, does castle have 4 barricades or 3? 4. Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice that. But it's not too much of a change, as the final one, that castle barricade that you mentioned on 90, helps provide so much coverage to NOOTERS that they can hold on to this second floor with such comfort and rotate right back down. And these aggressive extensions can just be controlled, manipulated, and right back to site as a clear route through ventilation can be established.
Now, with Castle on the board, and obviously he's going to be playing that same Castle barricade. And like you mentioned, right, that preparation, they understand exactly what they need to do. And that's just to speak of the preparation that these teams have put in here. Now, Snake, though, not prepared to lose his life quite so early, I'm assuming. But he's going to find himself relegated to cams, and that's honestly not the worst case scenario. He can still help his team. Goodness gracious. Vigil there. Nearly found
We're watching the Matrix. We're watching the Matrix.
Right. Dude, I mean, he had 1 health left, and he managed to make his way out. Well done, Trist. I mean, that's all I can really say about that. But that does mean that vertical control has been ceded to Arial Arise, who are going to start taking advantage of that fairly quickly. While Daddy Storms is still on the top floor to apply a little bit of pressure, it's going to be fairly easy for the attackers to clear him out unless they don't perform their due diligence.
Gunner is going to be doing a great job. We talked about people on the second floor. That was going to be the opening kill on the side of NOOTERS to continue to push the push of Arial Rise back, and that all came off the back of using those metal stairs. Just like that, NOOTERS have reestablished solidified control inside of this site. And Ace using the holes. Where are you looking? Oh my goodness, Cece's gonna fall almost immediately due to those Selma breaching holes. Luis cooking out the nade. There should be an ADS to cover. A very interesting dynamic there. You can hear the ADS doing its job, saving the life of this castle. Silent, but second nade being cooked out. Oh, that is Trist that's in sight. But 2 nades, 2 ADSs, it will all be covered, and that Iana is almost completely all out of utility. With 52 seconds, it seems like the push from Arial Rise is almost evaporated.
This is a very key position playing inside customs here. It's silent. And as long as he maintains this position, it is going to be impossible for Ash to make his way onto the site. All those holes in the side of the tellers there are going to make it impossible for him to actually find an entry. And unfortunately, despite that pick, with 30 seconds left, he is going to have to make his way all the way around. And it's not going to happen. Lute's silent. Going to end his life through the wall. That is 4-2 in favor of NOOTERS. And I have to tell you right now, that is devastating. if you're Aerial Arise to take 2 rounds on your attacking on this map. It's exactly what I saw with Achieve. And Achieve, if I remember correctly, did not take a single round from Nooters while they were on the attack.
This is going to be really concerning. We see the Montang even coming out. So Silent moving towards the Montang is an interesting pick. I am a supporter of it, and of course, we can't really judge his attacking lineup as it is very prone to change. But no surprise, Armory Lockers is going to be the primary bomb site selected on the side of Ariel Arise, and this lineup does look to bring a little bit of oomph, as I like to call it, towards the overall narrative of the defense.
Hmm.
All solely based through their ability to slow down different aspects. Castle
I.
forces the soft breach.
Mhm.
Wamai forces the utility. You have the Malusi forcing the time. Let me catch my breath. Alibi forcing any sort of gunfight and disabling it, as well as Mozzie capturing information. It's a very well-rounded roster, and of course, the only thing you have there is hard breach denial, but Thatcher's on the board. There's no use.
Yeah, and Montagna is going to be finding his way off the board as well, traded out instead for a Sledge. As you mentioned, Castle can be very influential on this map, and with Sledge available, it's going to be slightly less influential. Is Ariel Rise going to leave that wall open in similar fashion to what Nooters did? It's not something that I'm opposed to. I think aggressive play through that wall can be very it can be very powerful and very lethal, I think, just in terms of slowing down the attackers.
Well, it's interesting. If you're going to leave it open, I think it's better to make holes in it. And it's also worth mentioning that there's still 2 reinforcements left in the pool of Aerial Arise. That's definitely not what you want to see. There's a reinforcement pool for a reason, and I think there's definitely places that it could have been used better. Gunner is going to be faced with their first obstacle, a solidified castle barricade. They'll opt to go for a flat charge. Oh, this feels still, I don't even know if I'm saying it right with how you said it earlier, but that will be detonated rather early on, and they're trying to find a kill. But I mentioned this earlier, this entire area around security where they have so much freedom to play around. They can stay behind this very peek out when they want to. These players know border and they know what angles to be conscious of, and that makes screen such a hard position to play.
Beautiful trade coming out there, and while that is going to remove a player from a key position, there is still another player in that key position, that being Alibi, that we are staring at right now. And I do want to point out it's very interesting that Ariel Arise is playing this in a completely opposite way that Nooters is playing it. And Nooters isn't feeding into it either. They are taking their time, they're maintaining their discipline, but well, Nooters really need to start finding some ground. Yes, there is still a minute and a half left in the round on this tiny, tiny little map. But when it comes down to the grand scheme of things, that's not a whole lot.
Really isn't. 4v3 as Gunner will be able to find their pick onto Louise. Goodbye to the Wamai. It's going to leave the remaining defenders of Ariel Arise in a little bit of a frenzy trying to figure out what their positioning are. But Sleazy's going to find one, and we see a different rotate up. Whether or not the alibi was spotted out, they were and taken out. At least Ashen, who's also gone for an aggressive rotation into security. They'll find one pick, now rotating back towards site as the remaining 2 attackers are situated inside of office. Beautiful cross peaks have been established on the side of Ariel Rise. They don't need to move. They don't need to establish anything farther. They can wait for the plants and even go for a retake. Whether or not Trist and Storms have a separate plan is yet to be seen.
This is still a very comfortable position for the attackers as they continue to coordinate themselves together. Obviously, there is this player in the archives they're going to have to be concerned about, but that can be isolated fairly simply, and it looks like Trist is prepared to do so. Sneaking up on this door, he's going to take this gunfight, and it's going to be successful. Now, suddenly, planting is actually no longer a pipe dream. This can be achieved, and Trist starts that just as I mentioned that. Storms, now with a beautiful peek, is going to kill the final member of Ariel Arise, giving Nooters another round. They are 5-2.
I'm a huge fan of the way that Nooters were able to maneuver around that entire bomb site. Ariel Rice did a great job, especially when we saw the castle work their way into screens, following up on the alibi. That was a really good push, and it was a good concept, but it's so hard to make it a reality just based on the fact that as soon as Nooters saw the kills, they slowed down their play. They understood where they needed to go, and they repositioned. And I think the big turning point for that round was the moment that you were able to eliminate the player inside of archives. It gave them so many different possibilities for their push. They could go and go for a safe plant behind, or they could go and rotate all the way into armory. But regardless, there was no option for the castle to get back into sight. It was completely negated.
With that map control, that key piece of map control over in rug, as we call it, that area behind the lockers over in archives, or sorry, behind the shelves in archives, that is a difficult position for defenders, well, attackers, I should say, to remove a defender from. And so being able to just, you know, make that swing, make that face check, have the wherewithal to just understand this has got to be where he's playing. This is exactly where he would be playing, and just make the swing. That was beautiful. That is exactly what is necessary when making an attack on an aggressive team like this, especially when they take their time and step back. Like I mentioned, Arial or Rise has been playing with a fair amount of discipline. Just staying back, maintaining map control, they think is important, and they've been doing a very good job of that. Slowing down NOOTERS quite significantly, but unfortunately, NOOTERS were still able to penetrate it, and that gave them their 5th round on their way to securing the Grand Finals victory.
Yep. Indeed, 2 rounds away. They'll spot out 2 feet. This is actually huge for the Sledge, as they can hop right back onto that drone and say, hey, was there still someone prone? And they will be able to yellow ping this out. If they do pre-fire this properly, this could actually be really, really pivotal. But you want to get 2 players. An ideal world here, have the Sledge ready to go, have the Twitch ready to peek it, and as soon as it's broken, you're going to spray it out. And goodbye to the prone player. Thank you, Snake, for narrating as I went, or for making my narration correct.
That was beautiful, and that's the exact kind of coordination that is necessary. And while Trist is going to find himself off the board, there is going to be a trade. Daddy Storms finding Milano, and now suddenly we are down to a 3v4. That's an advantage for NOOTERS, which is, ooh, that's uncomfortable if your name is Arial or Rise. You really need to get aggressive to start finding these picks, and a down onto Twitch, while helpful, is not quite what you need. You really need to remove this player from the board, and while Silent is going to be able to pick him up, maybe a little more aggression from Ambi there might have even been warranted.
It's all up for speculation, but we can see that the angles being held by Storms are so pivotal. Ambi, you cannot be rotating back into a position like that when you know that the attackers have been swarming it forever. Meanwhile, CZ still has angles, so it's a question of what information was being relayed to different teammates. But just like that, Louise gets a kill into Gunner, down to a 2v2, make that a 2v1. Silent not staying quiet, especially on this 5th and final map. 2 players looking to find that remaining Oryx. 3 Rama dashes that they can use, but they won't even come in handy. Is this going to be Silent using that LA to great succession and spraying off the pixel that they were able to view?
Beautiful shot. I really thought Oryx had a chance there, and honestly, he probably did. Both the attackers were in a very similar position and not really near the site, albeit it is a small map, but being that far away from the site at that point in time, Oryx has the opportunity to set himself up for victory. And it seemed like the aggression that Oryx decided to apply was just a little bit too late. Rather than finding a spot where he knows he can win a firefight, he found himself in the middle of, well, gunfire, if you will. And so that ended up forfeiting the round, and now NOOTERS are on match point. That is $750, so close they can taste it.
Everything comes down to this. Arial or Rise have 4 consecutive rounds that they have to win. I think that 4. I said 4. Unless I don't know how to speak
You did
English,
say
which
4.
is,
I was agreeing with you.
it's an insane amount, and we cannot even begin to explain the burden that they now have and they're going to have to face if they want to win out this match. NOOTERS have positioned themselves so keenly on their attacking side that onto a kitchen, or sorry, not a kitchen, a tellers as well as showers hold is going to be really, really difficult. And NOOTERS have so many different options. The Sledge, Zofia, Thatcher, Ace, and Twitch. The way they can provide ability to get into both showers, go for the teller's window, the external window even provides so much versatility, and Arial Rise are going to have to step up and get aggressive. We've seen them do it in previous rounds. Get aggressive, get the picks they need early on the round, and shut down NOOTERS before they can let anything happen.
NOOTERS are going to be looking for a little bit of an aggressive play already too, but Ambi as well. Seems like he heard you from beyond the cast. He started to get aggressive. Now, while he is playing in this position, his goal here is to prevent, oh, what is this? This is not what he's trying to prevent because everyone is on this window
Oh.
now.
Oh.
Have they made the
Ladies and
mistake? Have they made the mistake of reinforcing the hatch? I believe they have, and now suddenly they're going to be flooding into the site, and it is not paying off very well. While there is a trade, we are now in a 2v3. Nooters does have an opportunity to get this plant down, and that could be huge. There are 3 defenders off the site, and while they are going to be pushing up and looking for this, there is going to be 1 kill, and now he's alone and now dead. What an aggressive plant. Not a necessary play by Nooters, but one that they made and one that they could afford to make. Dropping only 1 round to Arial Arise is nothing. That is pennies on the dollar for Nooters, as they still have only 1 round to go to win it all.
Nothing wrong with going for a crazy aggressive push, trying to capitalize on a possible misplay from your opponents, but it's not going to work out. Arial Rise rebound quite promptly, and that 4 rounds in a row goes down to 3. They have 3 remaining, and I think that it is a possibility, but it means they have to go to a tertiary bomb site, and that tertiary bomb site is going to be ventilation and workshop. It's a very different site, and it requires a lot more of extension. It echoes a lot of what we saw on the side of Chalet, where you can try to stay on site, but you got to be very aware and conscious of the different holes being opened up above you and the different rotations that you are no longer able to make. So I'm interested going into this round. Will Arial Rise stay to sight or go above?
I think they're going to go above. I think without that vertical extension, there's no possibility for building crossfires. This site is too linear. I mean, if we look at it even just from this perspective, it is straight up and down. There's really no crossfires you can build there, and that's kind of the bottom line, unless you're playing from above. There are some crossfires you can build between this sort of west and east, and then vertically as well, right? So those crossfires are going to be vital if Arial Arise wants to hold on to this site throughout this round.
Time ticking down before the action phase, and what could be our final round in CCL Split 1 has now commenced. 2 runouts, Ambi placing an external shield. I don't know how I feel about this one. Ashen, get off your cam, you're blocking your teammate. Oh my goodness, I would be having a heart attack right there. I'm concerned that I'm going to somehow get shut out. But the great thing about that Prisma is it will tell you when someone's on the rappel and give you a lot more indication of a possible run out possibility. But Silent reading quite wonderfully. Ooh. The nade was actually going to be caught by the shield. If that shield was not there, man, oh man, that alibi was in for a rude awakening.
That was very close for Ambi, but he did manage to find himself back to this key position. This is a very powerful position on the site, but not one that he needs to hold for very long, as evidenced by the fact that he has fallen off already. Moving into customs, that's going to allow him to start building the few vertical or horizontal crossfires that are possible on this site. Now, Ashen and Milano have both lost their lives. That is going to be incredibly detrimental to Arial Rise as they continue this round because, well, being down 2 players means now you have to get aggressive, and on the defense, that's not what you want to have to do. It is border, so probably should be doing that anyway, but now they have to. It is a requirement, or else this round and the whole match will go in the favor of NOOTERS.
Silent has been put into the down but not out phase, so they should be able to get it revived. Meanwhile, Snake's gonna collect onto Sneezy. 2 huge kills from Ambi, looking for 3! There they are, they're keeping their team alive. Storm's being lit up, Silent has been revived. Both remaining players on Noot are down to a limited amount of health. Meanwhile, Louise will fall. This could be the final round. Your CCL champions could be about to be crowned. A quad kill from Ambi. They're keeping their team alive. They are not ready to let this one go. Silent ready, 6 and 5. They have the L8. They're waiting. They're patient. They know Ambi. They want to get extra aggressive. Case is down on the inside. Will they be able to rotate up? Do they know they have Case? They indeed do. 56 seconds. This now turns into a tense waiting game. You don't want to overextend, and a great use. No cams are going to save you in this situation, Silent. You're going to have to go for the push. Pushing in slowly. What angle are they going to take? What options do they have? They only have the one, and that's the one that Ambi's holding, but Siege timing comes in clear. It puts Silent in a beautiful position, ring around the rosy even, not knowing when to look. Case is gone. Ambi knows it. Swings up, spots the sledge for a brief moment in time. Those frames could mean absolutely everything. With 26 seconds to go, where's the gunfight going to happen? It's not going to be on site. Looking for the alibi. Shots fired in. Ambi tense. You can feel the heart beating. You can feel the pressure within every single second ticking down. 15 seconds. Abby with the ace. Clutch to keep Arial Arise alive.
Oh my goodness, Ambi going absolutely nuclear in the moment when they needed the second time an ace clutch was warranted. And unfortunately, only the first time it happened, but still incredible in any case, as Ariel Arise needed that round. And that round they will take. They still have 2 more rounds, however, if they want to knock Nooters off the pedestal, if they want to take them to overtime. And that is what they are planning to do. That will be a huge boon to their morale, and they will be going all the way.
Oh my goodness, I was not expecting to see that clutch come out. A phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal showing from Ariel Arise, and there was no mistakes made on either side in that 1v1. The attempt for information was there. We even saw on the side of Ariel Arise the repositioning. You have to check to see what angles have been opened up. It's a sledge, which means that different angles can be opened up. That soft breach capabilities is very much there, but we can't dwell on the past. Ariel Arise may want to dwell on that moment. That was such a highlight moment. But reset, roll your shoulders back. You were just you were flirting with death. Now you
And,
have an opportunity. 2 rounds, make it happen.
I mean, honestly, they still are flirting with death because that is 2 rounds in a row. And honestly, at this point, I would like to point out no team has opted to use a timeout for the duration of this series, meaning they have been taking all of the punishment and dealing with it as they go. A very valid choice. Very, I'm looking for a specific word. Valorant.
Valorant, a
Oh
Valorant
no.
choice. Oh,
This is
no.
Rainbow. I can't say that word.
Yeah, oh well. Regardless, competitive, uncompetitive, this is as competitive as gonna get. We see Canadians in the spotlight, and I have to highlight they've been doing a phenomenal job. Ambi's not done sitting down. They don't want to sit down. They're gonna collect the first opening kill. Goodbye, Gunner. 8 and 9. They were previously one of the top frags on Nooters. Not gonna make as much of an influence this game, but that cannot be anywhere near to dismiss their capabilities in upcoming rounds.
Not at all. Nooters does need to focus here. They have to maintain their discipline or else this won't happen. But, oh my goodness, there's a plant. Is there a nitro coming? Yes, there is. That's going to be another player off for Nooters. Suddenly, this round looks very Ariel Arise sided, especially with that kill by Louise. Ariel Arise could be bringing this all the way back. Snake preventing it from being a flawless, but he still has the opportunity, along with Storms, to bring this back to a Nooter sided round. And it's not going to happen. Ariel Arise are now 4-1. They are on the brink of bringing this to a 5-6 and potentially taking this all the way to the final round, all the way to overtime.
Snake left in a 1v4 situation. I believe they're the only person to get a kill onto Ambi this round, which means this would be a second ace clutch. It's not unheard of. C4 is going to be cooked out and right into the unwelcoming arms. Ashin, well played on the ward, and we criticize the selection, but at the end of the day, it's making an explosive impact, bringing us from 6-5. 1 round, ladies and gentlemen, before Ariel Arise are contesting in overtime.
Every round in regulation time will be played. We see Ariel Arise returning to bathroom tellers. This, historically, has been their best site. The site that they won the first time, albeit because Nooters maybe threw a little bit, maybe trolled a little bit, but they tried they tried to jump in the window. It didn't work out that time. I think there was a mistake on the side of Ariel Rise that they attempted to capitalize on. It was not effective, though. Now, at this point, Nooters have got to dial it in. I am very surprised to see them not using a timeout here because this is it. They lose here. Ariel Arise will have the momentum going into overtime, and momentum means everything in a game where mentals are on the line, where $750 are on the line.
It's absolutely unreal. These teams have given us the level. They have shown us what CCL is made of. You can never count one of these teams out. The underdog story is always going to be there. It's always there in contention. Ariel Arise, they just have to transfer. They have to make this run exactly what they need. We haven't seen a very authentic push onto tellers as well as showers because there was a window rush. I doubt we're going to see the same type of recklessness from NOOTERS, and I assure you that they doubt really throwing that round because every single opportunity that they've given away has give a rise to Arial Arise.
Ariel Arise here, really, really desperately needing this round. This is it. It is do or die in this moment. And Ambi, once again, oh, that is not Ambi. That is Milano now playing in the same position that Ambi has played and looking for this kill. And he's going to find the opener. That is huge. These openers are enormous. And another kill by Ambi. Suddenly, all it takes is a conversion and we go to overtime.
It's quieting down for the time being as there's going to be no refrags in sight. Whether or not Triss is going to be the one to find that conversion is yet to be seen, but they notice the impact. They notice, hey, there's no player remaining as Milano using that destructible cam is going to be able to hear. They can use either ears or the cam and just wait for the right time to be pushing. A great idea to try to use the hatch. Won't net any kills. Looking for 2 kills, 2 frags, he'll find them! All the frags, it's off the team kill of Louise, finding out the Triss as well. Gunner will fall, all lift up the Storms, and a 1v2 drop from Ambi. Once again, this Thatcher going against the Alibi. Whether or not Louise is able to rotate up is yet to be seen, using a great use of that Rama dash, getting right back into sight, because that's where the action is, that's where you want to be. Still rotating on this second floor. Ambi isn't even on site. The goo mine will give away the position of the lonesome Thatcher. They have 3 EMPs remaining in their pocket. All of these angles are favoring Arial Arise. It seems absolutely critical. You don't even understand how they'll be able to push. But don't worry, they have the drone. They know how to slow things down. Take your time, relax. There's a minute 20 to go. They'll spot out the Oryx. Whether or not that's enough information is yet to be seen, but they escape with the drone. They notice the destructible cam. Everything that they're doing right now is mapping out. You're a lonesome player. You're a support player. That means you know how to leave a lasting image in your mind. You know the rotation possibilities. You know the different routes they can be taking. But I have to add, the Alibi was not droned out. Ambi is still an unknown X variable. If we see that Storms is not able to accommodate, turn their way towards the beepers, then that could spell the absolute end of the lead of NOOTERS. EMP ringing out. Whether or not it's going to find them, 40 seconds. They've taken their time long enough looking for the Alibi. Shots ring out. They know where it is. Where's the cross angle? Where are you, Louise? A jump into sight will give the audio prompt they need, but there's Ambi all the way in beepers. We're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen.
From the exact same important key angle that we mentioned before, that is going to be us going to overtime all the way from 6-2 to 6-6. This is overtime. NOOTERS, Arial Arise split 1, Canadian Contenders League, and NOOTERS returning to Bathroom Tellers. Their best sight so far, and hopefully where they're going to be making their last stand now. This is 5 maps in. Both of these teams unbelievably tired. And now at this point, NOOTERS as well, losing 4 rounds in a row. That has to hurt the morale. And at this point, they have to bring it back, because if they don't, that will be money directly out of their pockets.
You have to wonder what's going through their mind as they really tense up. Roll those shoulders back, everyone. You're on the edge of your chairs. I'm barely sitting in my chair at this point. We're up. We're on our feet. We don't know what is going to happen. You can imagine how much these players are shaking. But the nerves, we've all played Siege. We've all been there. You have to figure out what exactly is going to happen. Arial Arise will opt to go to the same site after winning it, as it is oh, never mind. NOOTERS are going to be going to the Bathroom Tellers, as they have now switched sides. That's right, if you're cheering for NOOTERS, watch out. Know where they are, know the way things have switched, as this could be pivotal, as a role swap oftentimes to favor NOOTERS.
That is 100% true. Role swaps, we've seen NOOTERS maintain their discipline and just have the overall wherewithal to understand how to adapt their play. They are able to switch on a dime, and that is one of the things that has brought NOOTERS up to this point so far. Now, there is going to be a very aggressive roam, as we've seen. This is the exact same kind of aggressive roam that they opted for on their defensive side, and Arial Arise is well aware of that. Every single one of their members, guns up, completely ready for anything to happen, anyone to jump out of any window, any door. And my God, you better believe NOOTERS are going to be doing that. But when will this battle happen?
in seconds, looking to commence, looking to find any way into the building. You have to commend Arial Arise for really accounting for their different options. Ambi, the fire that cannot be slowed down, will take the opening frag. The Snake Gunner fighting back. Storm's also find Ambi. Looks like the defending side does have a little bit of to it, trying to move in and maneuver around the attacking side. But look, Newt has not been displaced. They are staying strong in their positions. Arial Arise is running low on information. Only 3 drones remaining. 2 minutes to go. They're not going to find these defenders.
Their hearts are beating as they maintain these positions. They know that if they manage to stay unspotted, this round will go in their favor and they will be that much closer to the prize that both of these teams deserve. But who will be taking it home? Trist in a very aggressive position, but completely unknown. That could be huge. This could be the X factor, because without his position being aware of, that could be the flank that ends this run for Arial Arise. 4 rounds in a row means nothing if you can't bring it all the way to the end.
Vertical destruction well underway here from Arial Arise. They know their mission. They know the different narrative they're going for. Storm's trying to push up on the balcony. He'll get eliminated by Ashen. Not to worry, though. There's still 3 other defenders remaining. Trist also on the second floor roam. Gunner making their way up East Main. They're looking to pinch out this ace before he has a chance to do anything else. Great refrag potential. Great read on the situation. It will force Milano to go all the way back in through to security. But with 42 seconds, they have a lot of frags to find. There's one for Milano. He has to find 2 more, though, as well as his comrade of CZ, who's come up huge as the Thatcher. Gunner taking a massive amount of damage on the Y. 3 Y pucks remaining. He'll toss those out and rotate right back to the site safely. The CZ's drop right in. Do they not? No, they don't! CZ with a huge 2K as he drops into sight, and that's Arial Arise going to match point.
Arial Arise is taking the lead for the first time on this map. They are on match point. They can taste it, even tastier than NOOTERS had previously. Moving on between that 6-2, no, 5 rounds in a row. Arial Arise is on a tear. Ambi leading them to victory. And now at this point, they have but a moment to take. But 3 minutes standing between them and the prize that they are working for, and a chance at the CCL Grand Finals later in this year.
It's absolutely absurd to think about the situation that we've now found ourselves in. These teams have both proven themselves. Arial Arise proven to be a force that we did not expect to come through. We saw a 6-4 scoreline and say, oh, or 6-2. 6-4? No, it's a 6-2 scoreline. This has been 5 consecutive rounds, ladies and gentlemen. Possibly even 6. I am not even sure. But we have been here forever with Arial Arise constantly on the comeback. They've been the underdogs throughout the entire series. We said it ourselves. Noot has been the expected winners. But no, they're going to go right back down to the same site. Once again, it's going to be showers as well as tellers. What will change?
This is a site that no one has lost yet, save it be NOOTERS on the previous round. This is huge for Arial Arise. They've managed to find themselves back in their own stomping grounds, and they are going to be ready for anything that NOOTERS is bringing their way. Ooh, this is going to be an aggressive peak. Ashen ready with the MPX 1.5. Black Ice, he is going to get spotted out, but not finding anything yet. No opening scuffle, but Ashen's position now aware. And that means, oh goodness, Milano is going to find Gunner. That is NOOTERS going down. Opening pick to Arial Arise. Do they bring this back? Is this 6 rounds in a row?
There's so much left to be determined. 2 minutes 25. NOOTERS have already lost Gunner. Once again, a prevalent player, and that opening pick on the side of Arial Rise gives them the confidence they might need, the ability to rotate and roam around this map so very comfortably. But there's still 2 minutes. There's time to make up for those errors, to correct, to really amend any sort of former errors.
2 minutes left. This attack has got to start rolling if NOOTERS want to take this round, and there's a good start to that snake. Gonna take out none other than Ambi. That is going to be enormous for them. While they have lost their second frag, Ambi has lost their top frag, the man nearly carrying them single-handedly to victory. And that nitro as well off the board. I believe that is 2 nitros off the board. That's enormous, but shots ringing out through the vertical holes are going to end the life of one of the NOOTERS players, and we find ourselves back in a 3v4.
They have the advantage. Whether or not it's going to work out for them is yet to be seen. Storms has done a great job using this vertical, but he won't actually peek into it. That allows the defenders to rotate and scurry away like rats, hiding a new corner to hide in until the late dying seconds of the round. Whether or not these holes will displace them enough that NOOTERS will catch them off guard is yet to be determined.
This hatch is going to be opened very soon. Ace making use of his Selma charges. That utility is oh so important. The fact that he is still alive as well. But you're right. Will that displace these players? I mean, look at them. Look at their positions. They're already all off the site. Are they planning on a retake? What is their goal here? Do they think that there's going to be a horizontal take here? What is going through the mind of Arial Arise? Now, they do have a player in customs, and that is going to be a key position, but Silent with a nade is going to even things back up. We are in a 3v3, and Arial Arise is so close to taking this round and taking the whole match.
We're reaching a critical boiling point here with 30 seconds to go. It's all going to come down to this. We could see a final contention round. NOOTERS fighting for their life. A lead that they once had seemingly evaporated. But will it all be gone? Silent first to fall. Round and man advantage going towards the side of Arial Arise. Tristan Storms remaining to a triple kill for Ashen. And it seems to be going the way of Arial Arise. 5 seconds to go. Time ticking down. Louise and the comeback from Arial Arise will win the grand final of CCL.
That is 6 rounds in a row. Arial Arise bringing that back from 6-2 all the way to 8-6. The underdogs. Fewer rounds leading into playoffs, leading into this grand finals, leading in to the match point. And yet here we are. Arial Arise standing on top. The orange team, the underdogs, taking it all, going home, and moving on to the grand finals later this year of the Canadian Contenders League.
That is probably the biggest upset. Nobody saw this coming. Everyone saw this as Arial Arise. Oh, they're getting it walked right on over. No, the comeback story comes to fruition. A absolute tremendous effort from NOOTERS, but at the end of the day, Arial Arise absolutely blowing us away with an insane comeback, giving absolutely zero breathing room to NOOTERS.
Absolutely none. NOOTERS struggling to breathe for a long time. It seemed like they lost their footing, just couldn't get it back. 5 maps, ladies and gentlemen. 5 maps is a lot of siege to play. And when you lose your footing when you've played that much, finding it back without a timeout is going to be a struggle.
They fought back really, really hard. So congratulations to your Split 1 Grand Final winners of Arial Arise. But you're probably wondering, what comes next from CCL? We don't have actual exact dates for Split 2 and Qual 2, but they will come faster than anticipated. Keep your eyes on the Twitter for any announcement as dates are going to come sooner than we expect. It's spring. Everything's happening. Everything's blowing up. You got to be ready for that. And also, don't worry. So top 4 from the Split 1 are going to be invited back for Split 2, so you can expect to see Shift North, Achieve, Esports, as well as NOOTERS. They are all coming back to make another stand. So you can say, oh, NOOTERS lost this one. You don't have to worry. They can contend in Split 2 and fight for their spot in the grand finals.
And NOOTERS as well will be taking home a nice chunk of change in their own pockets too. That being said, that nice chunk of change is brought to you by Northern Arena. As well as, I mean, while we're in the mood of giving shout outs, Gooby, the league director, has been absolutely wonderful. He's been hanging out in the green room, watching this whole time, and what an amazing support he has been, as well as Tango Mango down, the wonderful production that you have seen so far, and Nova with the absolutely stellar observing. Huge shout out to their production crew. This would not be possible without them.
Exactly, but you must be wondering, who makes CCL possible? And that's where we have to give a huge shout out, as you can see on our screen, powered by Northern Arena. They have made these streams possible, as well as made huge contributions towards CCL, and we are so very, very thankful. But that's not all. We have to thank Parabellum Esports. As you can see, if I go like, oh, wrong way, but you can see the Parabellum sweater in the background. absolutely phenomenal Canadian esports company competing in NAL. Go check them out. They are amazing. You can check out Northern Arena, as I already said, First Blood, Waves Gaming, and T3 Scrims, all supporting us, and we cannot thank all of you enough. You have made CCL possible and given all these Canadian players a time to shine. Giving the Canadian community a way to express their Siege content is something that I have dreamed of since year one, and it is absolutely amazing to be here in front of all of you, helping commentate and bring life to the Canadian esports community.
Yeah, and not to mention, thank you to all those people, but also thank you, Binks. This has been such a wonderful cast. I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed casting that, and thank you to all the players who played. I mean, what would be cast if we didn't have
I
the
don't know what to say.
players?
I really appreciate it. Yeah, like you've been an absolute blast, but I think that that's going to be absolutely
Yeah.
all. So thank you to all of our support and staff. If I could list all of you off, we would be here for more time than we have. Is it almost 12? Well, it would be if I were to name every single staff member. But thank you to absolutely everyone involved with CCL. The players, it would not be possible without you. And we cannot wait to bring you more exciting Canadian Contenders League in Season 2. But until then, everyone stay safe, and we'll see you soon.
All I know the flow harder than a Scotch bunny. Don't try study me, you cannot manage. This ain't what you want, bitch, I'm a fucking phenomenon.